It was 7 hours yesterday. It was like 5 hours the first day. And today I will be trying to do at least 14 hours of live streaming. So thanks for watching. And please go on the Google, come with your great ideas from your great mind and come to help me ask some great questions. I'm here at the ST booth, so I'll be doing the booth tour here at the STMicroelectronics. So if you have any ideas, maybe you Google the latest announcements, maybe you have some very pertinent questions, please post them in the chat, in the live chat. I check, you can see my setup right here. I have the YOLOBox Pro, which is live streaming at 8 megabits per second using a 5G router in my backpack with Deutsche Telekom and a built-in 4G LTE SIM card of O2. So it's bonding those two connections, and hopefully you have a smooth bit rate. And I'm live streaming from my main camera, the Panasonic G9. From that camera, I'm doing all the recordings in 4K. So this is how it's going. I'll be doing a bunch of pauses because in between filming, walking into a hall and stuff like that, maybe I don't need to live stream all the time. I'm trying to save the battery also on the main camera. I have 3 batteries, should be enough for 4.5, 5 hours of actual 4K recording. Every interview gets published in 4K after the show, as soon as I get some upload speed. So that's how it works here in the embedded world. I wish it was 3 months and not 3 days, because 3 days it's not a huge amount of time to get all the videos filmed. If it was 3 months, that would be perfect. Then I could really get to every booth. There's 2,400 exhibitors, maybe there's 700, I'm not sure. But there's a lot of exhibitors. It's hard to film everything. I'll try to film all the best ones today that I have been trying to film the last 2 days, but it's hard to film everything all the time. So here, ST has huge booth. Hopefully we can get to talk about all the newest chips that they have. And so check it out. Sorry, I'll put you on a break already. Hi from the Bermuda Islands. The Bermuda Islands is really great. It's where you go with you can wear those Bermudas, right? You have those special shorts. Is that where it's from? That's all I know about Bermuda. I mean, I don't know anything. Bermuda Islands. You have a good internet over there. You have Starlink. You have fiber through the sea. You have what do you have? You have decent upload speed for cheap. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Yeah, that'd be nice. If you want to invite me to the Bermuda Islands, you just send me a little message. You invite me to the Bermuda Islands, and I'll interview everybody on the Bermuda Islands. I'll ask them about all the different Bermuda stuff that's happening over there. We can always do that. Just send me an email. It's possible. Totally possible. It's hopeful, actually. Okay, so I'll put you on a break for a second. We'll be resuming live in 2 minutes. let's start again.
Hello and welcome on STMicroelectronics booth here on Embedded World 2023. My name is Roman, and as every year I'm very happy to give you a booth tour with our dear friend Charbaks. So are you wondering what are the great news we are having here this year? Let's check it out together.
Nice.
As you can see, the booth is pretty busy. It's Thursday, it is in peak. I can tell you yesterday during Wednesday it was fully packed, crowded. And that's great because this is what we were looking for, to have our customers, partners with us, because we have a lot of new things that we have introduced recently in the beginning of 2023. Maybe some of you have been watching our STM32 Innovation Live event, which happened last week. And at that event, we have introduced 3 brand new STM32 series. And the great thing is, they are not only introduced, but they are here, they are available, and everybody can start using them. One of them is our new entry-level STM32. It's called STM32C0. It's an extension of the existing STM32G0, and the main benefit for customers is to bring 32-bit microcontroller to the price tag of today 8 and 16-bit devices. So customer does not have to ever wonder anymore, shall I use 8-bit, 16-bit? You can go straight forward to the 32-bit and have the freedom and flexibility to start with C0 from 8-pin package, 16 kilobyte of flash, going up. So I see my colleagues are busy, but maybe we can ask them some questions about the C0, if you mind. So Simon and Noran are our 2 colleagues here about the C0. So guys, tell us something. What is the special about the C0?
So the C0 is the new entry-level family. So the goal is to be and compete the STM the 16 and 8-bit microcontroller, while having faster CPU with up-to-date peripherals, more accurate and faster ADC. So you will find 2 dies, both 32K flash memory inside, and both share the same peripheral. The only difference is the RAM size, so the C031 is 12K and the C011 is 6K. Inside you will find the basic stuff that you need for the application. So I2C, SPI, USART, you will find plenty of timer. You can do even motor control with the timer. So it's a very nice feature, the MCU.
Yes. Thank
so
you.
So you have also DMA.
Perfect. DMA is one of the great advantages of this MCU comparing to 8-bit, because today on an 8-bit you rarely find this. So yeah, thank you, Simon.
Thanks.
And as you have seen, we have also 2 new Discovery kits, which are very easy to use. They are compatible with the Arduino platform. So really, we are ready full speed for you to start working with these devices.
What's a good price for the Discovery kits?
Yes, so of course we keep the price so it's affordable. Okay, it's I don't know the exact price, but it's definitely below $20 US.
Yes. Both are around 10, and this one is 17.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so that's the C0. It's there. Everybody can start using it. We are distributing a lot of boards. In fact, for the C0, we are supporting our customers here during the 3 days of the show with 1,000 nuclear boards. So now we should have 1,000 people already starting the development.
So people, students, everybody can just queue up and they can talk with you and they get one.
Correct.
That's cool.
So C0 is one of the first news. The next one, because I promised you we have introduced many new stuff, is the STM32H5. So the letter H is really a new thing within STM32, because so far we had F, G, L, U, and now we have H5. So what is H5? H5 is more targeting or positioning inside the mid-range of our microcontroller portfolio. You can see it as a kind of alternative to the existing devices like STM32F4. It brings new peripheries like I3C. So yes, not I2C, but I3C, which is the extension of I2C, bringing possibilities of dynamic addressing, low power modes management, and many more.
All right, so we can try to get There's like very busy at this area, talking about this stuff.
So that's one of the most busiest spots. It's not only because it's here at the entrance, but the device is very interesting. Today the devices like F2 and F4 are one of the mostly used devices from STM32 portfolio. They can cover a variety of different applications. That's why the H5 is so much interesting.
Nice.
And it's not only the I3C, there is Ethernet enabled. We have improved a lot the security offering on this device because the security is becoming more and more important. And this is the first MCU which is certified for PSA level 3.
Nice. And basically they have conversations going on right here and showing it off and all these different boards right here.
Exactly. So after the very well-known Nucleos, we have as well the Discovery Kit. The Nucleo boards are available, and so as for the C0, we are distributing them here for interested customers, students, or geeks, makers of STM32.
And that's right there.
Exactly. And the Discovery Kit, which you can see here, is not yet fully available, but it will become available during the first half of this year.
This little display?
There is a little display, there is an Ethernet port, there is a support for USB Type-C. So on this exact demo, we are demonstrating the USB Type-C dual role device. So means that the USB port can act as a source or as a sink, and they can change their role dynamically in between, depending on the application use case.
Nice. This is a big start at the booth here.
Oh yes, oh yes. H5 is our new start, definitely.
And when you launch something like this, long-term support, huh?
Yeah, very important question, of course. So the longevity commitment around STM32 family is there. We have what we call 10 years longevity. It means when we launch the product, it's 10 years. But for sure, for many of our customers, 10 years is not enough. And that's why we are prolonging these 10 years periodically. And a very good example is the first STM32 F1, which has been released back in 2007. So today, in 2023, it's 15, 16 years since we are producing it. And still today, we guarantee the next 10 years. So people can be really secure and not afraid of using these devices. And it's valid for all the families. And that's great, that's important for you guys.
And when you develop something for one platform, you might be more or less easily able to port it over to the next future products.
That's true. So, for example, the STM32H5 is based on Cortex M33 core, which we have introduced together with the U5 family back in 2021. And so this is the common thing. Then it shares the same or similar security profile that we are trying to introduce on all our new devices. So you will see it also later on with the new STM32 MP13.
Nice.
And moreover, I told you it's an alternative to F4 devices, and it's fully pin-to-pin compatible with the F4 line. Okay.
Cool.
So then, speaking about the U5, basically, as I said, the U5 has been introduced in 2021, but now we have enlarged the family because we want to have the U5 really covering a big scale of applications. So today the U5 is being scalable from 64 kilobyte of flash up to 4 megabyte of flash. And not only 4 megabyte of flash, but as well 2.5 megabyte of SRAM, which is great because engineers, they are always hungry for more SRAM. And for applications like graphics, for example, where you want to drive a display, you need a frame buffer to prepare your images and then push them to the display. And there is very cool demo here that hopefully we will be able to show you as well.
So what happened on this demo?
Yeah, on this demo we have a rounded display. So of course, not all the applications today have a rounded display, but it's a very nice demonstration.
Live for YouTube.
And on this device, as I said, there is a big RAM, so we can host all the frame buffers inside. And moreover, to support the graphics, we have the inbuilt new graphical accelerator called Neochrome.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe Jan can tell a little bit more. Thank you.
It means that now we are using the GPU, so now the vector graphic rotation and computation is done mainly, not mainly, but it's done by the hardware. So you can see that the load of the CPU, it's more like nothing, and still we are able to like very smooth movement. Now if we disable this GPU graphic and now it's handled only by the CPU, you can see how painful it is, and we also like overload the CPU. So this is the main advantage of the U5 with this dedicated GPU accelerator.
What's Neochrome?
Neochrome is just the naming of this GPU.
It's the brand. It's the brand we gave to this graphical accelerator. Maybe some of you know our Chrome Art, which was the previous graphical accelerator. In fact, Chrome Art was a dedicated DMA, because at the end, when you are creating graphics, basically you are reshuffling data from A to B, because you are taking your assets, for example, from Flash, then you are building your frame buffer inside the RAM, and then you are moving this frame buffer to the display. And all these are basically only manipulation. But the Chrome R was already able to make some extra functions on this manipulation, like alpha blending operations, etc. But this new Neochrome is really supporting full vector graphics. So you can implement not only simple graphics, but full vector graphics. And as you have seen from the demo with Jan, the GPU load is helping a lot to reduce the CPU load. So you can do graphics which up to now were more in the range of high-end expensive microprocessors. Now you can do it on a simple microcontroller.
It used to be on the like the Cortex A stuff.
Exactly.
Or the MP1 maybe.
Absolutely. So really to implement this type of graphics with the movements, with the vector support, you can imagine like a navigation. Today we have a lot of customers doing e-bikes or some sport equipment where you want to have a navigation, and then the display of the maps is vectorized. So with this device you can do it with minimum CPU load, as you have seen on the demo.
And low power consumption for all this stuff.
On top, the U5 is keeping the continuity of our low power technology. So you have a good support of the dynamic consumption as well as many low power modes. And we also keep the famous LP BAM feature. So LP BAM has been introduced also with the U5 back in 2021, and it's a possibility to chain series of operations between peripheries and memories without the need of waking up the CPU. So you can be in a stop mode while the timer is triggering ADC. ADC is moving data to RAM, then these data are taken and pushed to the UR to send them to outside world.
Cool. All right.
So that's the U5 extension. Moving on around our booth. I'm very sorry. We are moving from the new MCUs to connectivity, because connectivity, of course, is a big thing. Everyone today wants to be connected somehow, wired or wireless. And a big thing today, which everyone wants to hear and talk about, is Matter. And Vityo, maybe if you could help us to show us what are we showing today and how we are progressing with the implementation of Matter on our devices.
So hello everyone. What we are demonstrating here is our first integration of the Matter stack to be running on our STM32WB55 device. Okay, so we have a few weeks ago we published on GitHub on STM32 hotspot the projects for STM32WB55, and we are simply running the projects here. Okay, so it's a very simple lighting application, and we have here two setups. So we have a border router with our RCP, again running on STM32WB, so which works as a Matter gateway, and we have two end devices connected to the thread network, which is created by this border router, okay, by the same gateway, and we can control the two end devices running the lighting application from the smartphone using the chip tool APK. So again, something that everyone can download from GitHub. So this is like the development setup. So where you have everything under control, you can see what is happening. You can start to explore Matter, and we have here, let's say, more. I would say already something that is closer to what could be put on the market. So we have a Google Nest Hub with the running the firmware that is already available. The device that you can already buy, it's supporting Matter, and is supporting thread, is running the border router for thread. Okay, and we can also control our end device, which is basically running almost the same firmware like these devices here. Okay, they are just connected to another network, and they can be directly controlled from the Google Nest Hub. Okay, so that's something that everyone can already start to play with, because the Matter is new for everybody. But you see that there are already setups you can easily build at home, and you can start to play and explore the solution.
Perfect. Thank you, Ed. Great. So you see, Matter is still relatively new, but we are progressing with its implementation. And as Vid said, customers are today they can download on GitHub the X-Cube Matter package and start evaluating what is Matter and how it can enable the application to be more interoperable for any smart home or factory smart home systems.
Nice.
Okay. So, for sure, connectivity is not only Matter. We are as well demonstrating our complete portfolio of BLE-enabled products. That was the demo around, which is, I think, is also quite nice, and it would be nice to stop by. So over here we are showcasing the mix of variety of products that we have available today for 2.4 gigahertz, mainly BLE implementation. And maybe Dominic can say a few words about the demo, please.
Sure. So here is a, let's say, wide portfolio we have now in hands for our BLE solution, okay? From low end to high end solution, okay?
Which one is the low end?
So the low end are those one, okay? And you can move to high end solutions thanks to the STM32WB series, okay? So where on top of the pure BLE you can run ZigBee, Thread, and so high end appealing technologies such as Matter. So now we have everything in hands. Customer just can, let's say, concretely design their own solution, their full solution based on ST portfolio, and on top of this, inheriting of the full ecosystem of STM32Cube and so on. So no doubt, we'll success.
Cool.
Thank you. So thanks, Dominic. Very good.
Welcome.
Whatever the customer wants to implement, could be a simple beacon. Then, of course, he will go and use the low-end solution. If he would like to develop a border router, we have seen with Beat. Of course, he will need more performance, more security. Then he will probably choose the WB. Okay. All right. So moving along. On this demo pod, we are showcasing very interesting technology. Maybe you are aware of. It's our 60 gigahertz transceiver, which can enable our customers to replace what they are today being implemented by physical connectors. So any high-speed transitions, transmissions, they can replace it optically through our 60 gigahertz transceiver. And if maybe Fabrice could help me to a little bit describe this demo for you guys.
Hey. So yes, here in fact what we show is a solution to remove connectors, basically, and to solve the issues with traditional plug and pins. And what we demonstrate is a contactless 1 gig Ethernet data communication while the system is rotating. So we display the video stream from this IP camera, and we are using 1 gig Ethernet, and we go over this system which is rotating, and we display the video stream on the PC. Okay. So typical distance is a couple of centimeters, 2 centimeters. And we have another solution doing more or less the same, but with a contactless USB 2, which is more addressing wireless and mobile application. And at the end, the final goal is to, let's say, mix with wireless power technology, so that you have a full contactless power and data, which means that you can completely remove the USB 2 plug from the device.
You just put your phone on a table. And
you can recharge it and get a data link. Exactly. That's the target.
Wireless chargers could potentially add this data functionality.
Exactly. Data and power to remove all connectors.
How close do you need to be for the contact to happen? You need to touch or not?
You can go to the contact, so a couple of millimeters, and the maximum is typically 20 millimeters.
So basically through the case?
Yes. So we can go through any non-metallic material, so plastic, glass, it works, which allows at the end to make devices completely sealed, waterproof, dustproof, no more pins which are not reliable at the end.
And no chance for file corruption or data problems or anything?
No.
It just works?
It works.
Right. Same like USB?
Exactly. It behaves like a cable, in fact. Imagine you have a USB cable, you cut it, you put ST60, and you establish a USB connection without any latency. There is no latency with the technology, there is no software stack, there is no pairing like with Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. So it's immediate data transmission because we are using a 60 gigahertz RF transceiver.
USB are talking up to 80 gigabit per second, the new spec.
Yes,
what is the maximum speed?
No, this one is USB 2, so we sustain up to 480 megabits per second.
For now?
For now.
Could be
yes.
more in the future? It would
we
need
another version. It will come, but later. USB 3, we are thinking about it, but not for tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Fabrice. So you got it really in detail. And yes, let's move on. And one of the next new STM32 that we have released still recently, in fact 1 week ago, is the extension of our STM32 MP1 series. So after having the MP15, which has been introduced back in 2019, now finally we brought, let's say, the lower, more cost-effective version. It's called MP13, 1.3. The main difference is it's single H7 core running up to 1 GHz, but it has in the same time 2 Ethernet ports, and we have improved quite significantly the security features of this device.
This is the latest version of the MP1.
Correct, exactly. So customers today, if they don't need the power and they don't want to pay the higher price tag of MP15 with 2 H7s, Cortex M4 inside, they could grab and use this MP13. And thanks to its security features, we have also been able to reach very nice PSA level certification levels, which could be very interesting for point of sales type of applications, but not only.
You showed here the MP13.
Yes, you can see it already here on the demo.
Let's check it out.
Yes, because it's a nice demo.
Right here. So what do we see here?
Yes. So over here we have the MP13 board, which is being connected to 2 drivers, thanks to the 2 Ethernet ports. And in the same time, it is processing data from a camera here on the top. The camera is sensing the ball and is giving the instructions to the MP1, which is then manipulating with this platform to bring the ball from start to the finish. That's one of the automatic mode of this game. We call it maze game, but it's to demonstrate the performance capabilities, the connectivity of this device.
Nice. That has a lot of potential.
Absolutely, yes, definitely. So another application example of implementing this MP13 is this interesting rover. Okay, we had decided to show it more statically because otherwise it would take a lot of space. But this guy, this animal, how to say, is full of ST components. So including the MP13 for being the overall brain of this device. Again, having the drivers for the motors, having the let's say the environment for controlling the arm and the camera. So it's a nice example of how our components can be used to develop such a robot.
Cool.
Yeah.
For automation, potentially.
Exactly. So the MP series is targeting industrial automation customers. It goes up to the industrial temperature range. So it's not device only for consumer applications. It's really industrial device.
Cool.
And what I can say, and it's not no more a secret, on this device we will also this year release support for a real-time operating system. So for customers which would like to benefit from the power of A7 core up to 1 GHz and the set of peripheries, but they don't want to go with Linux for whatever reasons, they will have the alternative to use real-time operating system as well.
Wow.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Okay. Lots of stuff. Where are we going next?
A lot of stuff. Yes. So on this board, we are focusing on our graphical offering. So we have seen already the U5 with the rounded display. You remember? And maybe if you look on this nice wall, here we have a series of implementations for our customers that are implementing graphical user interfaces, so the GUIs. And it's really mixed, starting with our MPU products, the MP15, or the STM32H7 high-end microcontroller, down to some more simple devices, like, for example, even implementing the graphics with STM32WL is possible. Okay, now we are not displaying anything, but normally there is a gateway communicating with this end device and displaying the end graphics. So these solutions are completing the offering we have for you, for our customers, when looking after implementing graphical user interfaces.
Nice. That's a big wall of graphical user
total
interfaces.
We have, let's say, 14 different solutions, so it's great and give a lot of flexibility to our customers.
So many partners you have to realize on these UIs.
Exactly, and I think that's the beauty, because at the end, me as a customer, for example, I can choose what solution is the best fitting to my needs. Do I want to use C? Do I want to use C++? Do I want to use commercial solution with full support? Do I want to use open source solution? So you have all the flexibility in your hands.
All right.
And that was always the mindset and the mentality we had inside the STM32 ecosystem, to offer our customers a lot of flexibility and a lot of options how to realize their final products and final applications.
Nice.
Okay. I mentioned to you that with the H5 and MP13 we have increased a lot the security offering, and I think it's worth to bring you to this side of our pod, where we are explaining to our customers what is the journey when they need to implement certain level of security. Because today security, as we said, becoming more and more important. We have to be sure that all the connected devices cannot be hacked, and we work not only on the silicon level, like the H5, which has a lot of features, not only the cryptography engine, but possibilities to store securely the keys. And then in order to be able to help our customers to implement these security features, we are releasing a tool which is called Secure Manager. And I hope one of my colleagues could maybe tell you more. As you can see, they are all busy. But in fact, this thing will allow our customers to implement from secure boot up to secure communication or storing of let's say confidential information in easy way, without the need of studying a lot of documentation, but do it in a graphical user way.
Maybe I can just go and listen what he's talking about. Sorry, I put the camera.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Let me jump in.
Yes.
Sorry.
With the remote attack, there is no way to have access to your assets, to your secrets. Exactly.
We need to come back when they have time, just after.
Yes. One of the implementation of these security features is, as I said, for the connectivity. And on this demo pod, for example, we are demonstrating the STM32H5 and its features, enabling our customers to make a secure connection to a cloud. And maybe Jeff can tell you more.
Yep, yeah. I'll have to bypass the two in the screen, yes.
Let's check it out right here.
Switch you over to
So
that
what do we
side.
see? Secure, AWS, IoT. So what are you showing here?
Right. So what we have here is the new device, which is the H5. The newest feature inside this device is our ability to pre-provision the chip at factory level, so ST's factory level, with a key pair and a certificate. So that means when you want to do your cloud connectivity, all you do is register the ST root certificate in your cloud account, and when you connect your device through the TLS connection, you will be able to authenticate the device certificate with the root certificate that's inside the generic root certificate ST.
So you put the security at the factory.
Correct.
When you tape out each chip.
Yes.
How's that possible?
Not sure of the full processing technologies in the factory yet.
Of course, so, well, I think here we are really leveraging our experience we have from our secure microcontrollers. So ST is also producing devices for bank cards and payment terminals, where the level of the security is the highest. And inside the company, we connect the right experts together, because we have a feeling and we have a feedback from you that the same level or near the same level of security features are needed on the day-to-day applications today.
All right.
Okay. Perfect.
Cool.
So, thank you, Jeff.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Basically, moving on, we have a similar implementation. At that case, it was implementation with AWS from Amazon. Here we have a similar implementation with Microsoft Azure, because these are the two biggest platforms today we have from our customers. Then, moving on along our booth, it would be quite nice to say a few words about what could be very interesting for every user who would like to start or is already maybe working with STM32 and is wondering where to start, which micro to choose, which board can support me, which software exists. And for that we have created and upgraded this year what we call STM32 Developer Zone. And we will try to reach the place.
Yeah.
So maybe let's go around.
Let's go around.
A little bit faster.
Right.
And basically here on this developer zone, as I said, we are trying to help our customers to start working and evaluating our STM32s in a quick way. And maybe Amel can tell us a little bit more about it.
Hello. Here I'm presenting the STM32 Developer Zone. So the STM32 Developer Zone is part of the STM32 the ST.com website. How to go to the STM32 Developer Zone? We are at ST.com website. We click on STM32 Developer Zone. We have two main entry points, one for MCUs, another one for MPUs. Let's go to the STM32 MCU Developer Zone. What will we find there? First of all, for someone who would like to develop based on the STM32 products, what has this person has to do? First thing is to select the suitable microcontrollers or the boards from ST portfolio. So let's, for example, look for a suitable microcontroller. We will find a selector. We may do some filtering here to select the suitable microcontroller. For example, let's look for the ones that are based on Cortex M33. We can also do some more filtering and fine-tune our choice, but let's see now the ones that are based on M33. This is the list of the products which are based on M33.
So you already have a bunch.
Yes, so overall, basically today, the STM32 portfolio of microcontrollers, you can find nearly 4,000 different part numbers. So it's not, sometimes it's almost a headache to select the right one, right, even for us. But from the opposite, the cool thing, again, for customers is they have a possibility to find the best fitting product in terms of features and price tag for their application. And we realized this with so many part numbers, and there was a good motivation for us to create and release this developer zone. So what Amel shows you was really the entry point just to select the product. Then maybe you are wondering which board can be used to start working with this product, and that's what also the developer zone can show me.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. If I click here, I can check what are the boards that can be used by someone who would like to develop on the STM32 products. He can select either a Nucleo board or Discovery or more advanced one, which is the evaluation board. Once the hardware is selected, now we want to set up the ecosystem or the tools that can help us in order to develop. We are providing here a shortcut to all the STM32 related tools that can help us to develop our application. First one is the STM32 CubeMX for the configuration, and then we'll need to compile and update our application and debug it. There are several tool chains that can be selected. First one is the free one provided by ST, which is the STM32 Cube IDE. You can also select one of the IDEs provided by our partners. You have also the possibility to go further while using the Cube programmer and some other checking capability with this tool. And you can also monitor your application if you select to use the STM32 Cube monitor. So these are the tools that you will need in order to develop your application. And the good point here is that you have all of them on the same entry point, which is the developer zone. Besides to this, at the developer zone, we are promoting the latest or the main solutions that are provided to ST. But before moving to this, we have the embedded firmware packages. When you are using our tools, you will need to use these packages, which we will be called later. So for each product, we have a dedicated package, and we have also some expansion package. We have other solutions based on Azure RTOS, and many important point here from this entry point, you can go to GitHub, visit our repository and check the examples that we have and all the packages that you may use for our products.
Nice. So even at ST, you have to use this tool to find everything.
It was a kind of expression, yes, especially for the MCU selection, but working with the customer, listening to the customer needs, it's the easiest way to do it, to use it this way. So thanks a lot, Amel.
Welcome.
And let's see, give us a feedback. If you like this tool, of course, you can comment and send us a feedback about...
And everybody can just go check it out right now.
Exactly, it's there, it's online. And your feedback is important because this is the only way we can keep improving and adding new features and functionalities into it. So maybe before closing, okay, maybe we could spend also a few words here. And maybe, Christoph, could you say a few words to our customers how the new ST-Link V3 Power could help them in their development?
Yes, the new SV3 Power is a combination of the ST-Linker plus the main features are it can measure current from 1 nanoamp to 500 milliamp, and you can use it with our Cube Monitor Power tool, and also we can have the synchronization of the code and the power measurement in
so people can understand how much power your devices use.
So they can measure really from nanoamps to milliamps the consumption of the device. And the good thing of the complete offering is that with the ST-Link V3 Power, you can also understand the related consumption to the code execution. So you can really synchronize the processing of the instructions with the final consumption. And this can help the customers to focus on where the main consumption is coming from and optimize it there to focus on a specific point and not to search from their big projects.
All the way down to nanoamps.
Correct.
So you really have control.
Because today every milliwatt counts, right? And applications, we want to have our customers developing applications which are greener, which are consuming less. The energy efficiency is very important element together with the security and connectivity we already discussed.
Nice.
Well, okay, let's maybe check some of the end product examples of how ST components and ST technology can be used in the final applications. And we have a little corner. You can see it is a corner like maybe close to your home, because I believe all of us are having a washing machine or a robotic cleaner these days. What we are demonstrating here is implementation of a washing machine and using our STM32 and AI technology, so neural network processing, to measure the load of the clothes inside the washing machine. And the great thing is that without sensors, you can measure the weight inside the washing machine with the resolution down to 100 grams. And again, this will enable the producers of the washing machines, for example, to make their algorithms more efficient, consume less energy, and maybe, why not, also wash your clothes faster, which I'm always having a problem with.
How is it possible to measure so precisely?
Well, again, it's thanks to the sensors that we have from ST and the possibility to implement the AI Nano Edge Studio and its working models inside the STM32, which is powerful enough to make it happen.
So future washing machines will be better and consume less.
Exactly.
Water and everything.
Exactly. The efficiency is important. Another application is the robot cleaner. Maybe Bertrand, could you help us? Maybe? Yes. Yes. Could you tell us a little bit about the nice application of the robot cleaner?
Yes.
Hey.
Okay. Hello. Yes. I think what we have done here with this vacuum cleaner. So we're integrating a neural network inside a standard microcontroller. So we have a STM32F4, and what we did, we use a zoo model, you can find on the web, and thanks to a time-of-flight sensors, we're capturing, the information, putting the information within the neural network, and thanks to the QBI, which is the tools from our ecosystem, we are converting this neural network within the C code, which is running on the STM32 in this case.
Nice.
Yeah.
So smarter vacuum cleaners, robots.
Yes, exactly.
Coming.
So in this case, you are able to detect the kind of the floor you have, and you can start. You can wash it with some water or not. Based on that. So this is only one example, but the coolest thing is to have an AI on the standard STM32.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bertrand. Thanks a lot. So talking about sensing, I think it would be also nice to check what our colleagues from our sensing division have prepared for us. And let me bring you to this demo pod where our colleagues are showing new smart power sensing solutions. And sorry to interrupt you, but if you could tell us a little bit more about the new products and new implementation that you are showcasing to our customers these days.
Yes, okay.
Hi.
Hello. So this is our new digital power monitoring device. It has two integrated channels with 16-bit ADC. One is dedicated for current, the other one for the voltage up to 60 volts. And then the digital signal is transmitted to the microcontroller in I2C, but also in I3C. So I3C is a new MIPI bus interface, and it's communicating here with the new STM32H5 device, which is an I3C controller. And we can send also alerts to the microcontroller if we are running overcurrent, undercurrent, voltage, and temperature.
There's a lot of benefits to be precise with the power and how you monitor it.
Yes, sure. This is really a device to monitor the battery, 30-volt batteries, for example, home automation, for home appliances, for power tools, and it's very beneficial to have a good accuracy on the power measurement, for sure, for great monitoring.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. Great. Thank
Okay.
you. Thanks a lot. And let's move on very quickly to our next spot, link again to sensors, and I let Zuzka to tell you a little bit more what she's showing here.
So hello everyone, here we are showing our consumer grade motion sensors, the new ones. The first one we have on the left side is called LSM6DSO16IS. It is a IMU with integrated RISC core inside the sensor. So we are able to run our custom C language algorithms thanks to ISP toolchain and that's why we can compile it. So, and in this demo we are showing here how we can run unsupervised learning for fitness tracking. The second demo here is using IMU again, and it is called LSM6DSV16X. It does not have a core like the first one had, but the special thing about this one is that it has embedded hardware sensor fusion. So in this demo we are using it as a game controller. So with the orientation of the controller, we are able to control the main character in the game, for example. So we can go through the checkpoints and get them with the sensor fusion.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sensor fusion is nice to have.
Exactly. You can implement a lot of applications.
So
you see, we are also doing some exercising here on the booth.
All right.
To keep us in a good shape.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you, Zuzka. Thank you. And let's move on to Vladimir, which will tell us a little bit more about a few more sensors that we have.
Perfect.
Hi.
Please come here. Hello. Okay, so you are in the industrial sensors area, and we will talk about condition monitoring of mechanical elements. So in this demo, we are spinning this motor, And as you can see here on the board, there is intelligent sensor processing unit-based accelerometer and gyroscope. And what we are doing here, we are detecting some anomalies in the behavior of the motor. So for example, if I apply magnetic unbalance shaft for the rotation of the wheel, you can immediately see here on the screen that there is anomaly detected by the ISPU. What you can see here is that there are applied some, let's say, noise amplitudes in the signal from the microphone, which is available here on this board. And we are, in this case, capable to sense, in addition to the accelerometer, also the audio problems in the mechanical system. So it can be, for instance, detection of bearing problem or high rotating machines. What I can show you also here is how the microphone is working. So what we have here in the demo is, let's say, possibility to generate ultrasound with a MEMS with a speaker. So if I press the button here on the board, the ultrasonic microphone is sensing the audio signal from the speaker, and you can see this peak in the frequency spectrum coming, let's say, from the speaker, which is, let's say, simulating some problem from the motor. So that's basically this, and ST has full solutions to cover the condition monitoring applications of the mechanical systems.
Cool, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vladimir. And I think with these guys, I believe we can close here. You can see we have many more things that we are showcasing, but there's not enough time to tell you about everything. But for sure, you can always check our latest news on our st.com, contact your ST colleagues, contact us through the community forums, and we will be very happy to interact with you.
And you do other events and webinars and all kinds of stuff?
Yes, definitely. So in the beginning, we went through the new STM32 series, and for example, right now you can already register for a free workshop to discover how the STM32C0 is simple and how easy it is to use it. It's a 3 hours online workshop, so you don't have to come personally. And all the attendees from Europe, and here we have to be localized specific, sorry for this, will receive from us at the end of the workshop free C0 nuclear board. And we will do the same for the H5. The registration for the H5 workshops is not yet open, but we will open it during the next 2 or 3 weeks, and the plan is to have first workshop sessions starting in beginning of May.
Nice. So this was an awesome embedded world, maybe the best ever.
Well, I think we are rising the bar year by year, and that's good because there is always something new, something more to bring. We have received a lot of positive feedback from customers arriving, and we hope to meet you in all the other shows or events, workshops, all along the year. So thanks for watching and stay connected to ST. Thank you.
everybody. This is Anthony Ambrose, President and CEO of Dat.io Corporation, coming to you live and worldwide here in Nuremberg at Embedded World, where we're showing you how to make IoT simpler, easier, and allow you to design those great new products you've been talking about for the last 3 years.
So what is this big machine we see here?
This machine here, it looks big, but this is actually one of the smaller of our two handlers. This is our PSV 5000, and you'll notice it's equipped with our Centrix capability to allow for secure provisioning of IoT devices. What that means for customers is now we have a production solution available to them in their own factory, or with our provisioning partners such as Avnet and Arrow and Elsil, so that they can take their IoT designs that they're looking for to secure with a strong hardware-based root of trust. That means you can't mess with it in layman terms, okay? And they can get it done, and they have a factory solution so they can actually deploy those hardware-based roots of trust easily, cost-effectively, using Dat.io technology.
So every single chip gets to get unique security.
It can.
Pressed onto it. Oh, how does
right,
it work?
you're a unique individual, right?
Yeah.
So why shouldn't every chip have a unique individual identity? People have unique individual identities, right? We can do that now with Centrix using the PKI technology. The semiconductor companies enable that with the features they have in their chips. But what we do is we're the how. How does it get done in manufacturing? How can you design the system here in Germany and go to production in Mexico or Korea or Morocco, okay? And be assured that your device is secure.
So maybe you don't want to do it at the chip fab, you want to do it more closely to where you are? Or
well, what you want to be able to do is make sure you have control. Now, semiconductor companies can do security provisioning for you as well. They tend to do it in big batches with long lead time. And that works great for some customers. For a lot of customers that demand changes or their firmware updates are very regular, they really can't go with a 10 or 12 week lead time because everything changes. So with Dat.io, you can change your firmware this morning, I can load it in this machine, and I can provision your part instantaneously with your new job.
What goes into provisioning a chip?
So provisioning is a number of different things. So for example, people think of identity. What that means is key information can be stored in a secure location. So for example, if I have an identity, and when I say PKI, I mean the same technology used when you do secure transactions on the web. When you see the little lock on your browser, that's fundamentally the same technology we're talking about. And what it establishes is a way for us to give a unique identity to each chip that passes through the machine. It has a private key, which is stored on the black box known as the HSM here. And then you also have a corresponding public key which can be used for things like management later on. So you take that public key and move it to the cloud, for example. You can later on associate devices with that information and then manage them effectively. By manage, I mean turn them on, associate them with a user, do a firmware update, retire them, etc.
So when I think of a chip, it seems there's a lot of small, tiny little transistors inside.
Yes.
There's the connectors somewhere. Where in that product do you get in?
So if you look closely, go ahead and zoom in on the machine here. And you zoom in on this tray, okay? So you can see we're picking up parts right from the tray. So each of those parts has leads. So think of it like my fingers almost on my hand. So those leads on the parts will go into sockets, which are in the programmers there. And so we'll literally connect electrically with each of the leads to our programming engine. Okay, that's the benefit of programming the Dat.io way, because we have access to every pin on the silicon. Okay? If you wait to the end of the line, you don't have access to every pin on the silicon. You must go through a special connector on the board, and that can be slow, it can be insecure, and it can be very late in the game. Okay?
So you have access to every pin,
right?
And you go and add the secure element.
Right, we can go to the secure region of the chip because we have access to every pin, and we work with the semiconductor companies to understand how we should talk to, how we should write, and how we should ultimately secure and prevent any future writing on all those regions of the device.
This tray can have a lot of chips.
Yes.
And this is just one of the small devices you have, you say?
This is our standard machine. We have one that's a little bit bigger called the PSV 7000. Has 2 heads and runs about twice as fast.
And who are your customers? Who use these?
So our customers today are who's who in the automotive industry. So 18 of the top 20 tier 1s. When we say a tier 1, we refer to somebody like a Bosch or Continental here in Europe. And we're the premier provider of programming for the automotive industry. And about 60% of our business is automotive. The other one's leading industrial companies and programming centers, and also emerging IoT companies that need security provisioning that we just talked about.
And so automotive, like, as I understand, 10 years ago, they didn't really understand, or I won't say understand, but they didn't really implement security in the way that people should, and that they are now totally thinking about.
I think everybody 10 years ago didn't think about security the way they do now, right? It's completely evolved for a couple of reasons. People understand the threat more, right? They've seen it firsthand. Everybody has seen the hacks that have gone on enterprise systems, consumer products, things like that, and nobody wants to be hacked. That's number one. People understand the problem. Number two, government regulation is really starting to take hold. The governments are saying, wait a minute, it's not only not nice for you to have insecure products, it's illegal. And we're going to fine you, and not only fine your company, but fine the officers of the company personally if you do a lousy job securing your product. So now that's sort of the motivation, kick in the pants, if you will, for people to get going on their secure designs. So now that they're asking the question, what am I supposed to do? They come to Data.io and we say, don't worry, we've got you covered.
If you want to pass the safety regulation, the safety check for your car, they should check if it's secure. That maybe that's just hack your car and drive you off the highway or something.
Yeah, I think that might be an extreme example. I think what we're really talking about in cars is saying, look, cars are fundamentally secure. It costs a lot for cars. They can spend the money on security, okay? Yeah. What we're talking about also is now less expensive devices also needing security. But with cars, again, we support all the major brands. We think they're doing a reasonable job on security, and we see even more and more things coming down the road to simplify that using products like Centrix.
And here at the embedded world, there's tens of billions of microcontrollers being shipped around the world.
Yeah, about 30 billion every year.
How many of them are secure enough, and how many of them can you target to add the layers?
Well, we can program today pretty much all the 30 billion on the data side. And more of them have unique security features, okay? What needs to happen is those security features must be exposed, they must be understood, they must be made easy. You see the theme of our booth, simplifying IoT security, okay? It's not enough to say you're secure. You have to make it simple, easy, straightforward to implement. And remember, if you're building 30 billion devices a year, this can't be a manual process. It can't be something where someone has to handhold the process. It has to be something where it's easy to understand. And the way we do it at Data.io, by the time you create your Centrix job and your package and your security, when you run it in manufacturing, it's just as easy for the operators to run a security job as it is a data job. And that's very important because look where the new factories are going, right? They're not hiring PhDs to operate equipment on the night shift. And so it must be really, really easy to operate, and that's where Data.io excels.
You're automated.
Yes.
The machine just works.
The machine just works.
You program it in the beginning and it does thousands of chips?
Yes. We do, our customers, we estimate, do between 1.5 and 2 billion chips a year of programming. So obviously something of that magnitude must be automated, repeatable, and executable.
Let's say there's a government agency of some kind, or a big corporation that has a lot of devices. Do they want to get this device to control their own security? Or is it
what we would be doing? We'd be working
it?
In the factories that are building their products, because what we get at the end of the day, we provide the security provisioning, but also we put firmware into chips as they're being built and the products are being manufactured. So we're not securing buildings, or we're not securing their enterprise. What we're doing is making sure that their products, their meters, okay, the intelligent door alarms, the things that monitor equipment in the factory, fleet management units, anything you can imagine that's connected that needs to be secured. That's what we do. We work on their products.
There's a lot of talk of managing cyber security in different continents.
Yes.
And that sometimes a chip is made in another continent, but the continent in question, let's say Europe or something, wants to manage the security themselves. So maybe they get...
You just highlighted a perfect example for Centrix. So for example, today, let's say you're designing over there in that next booth, okay? And you create all your intellectual property there and you put it on the chip. You can create it so you can do all of that work to create the security job and the security definition here and spread it out to factories all over the world, including some locations that people might think are less secure. Now, Data.io has been doing that for over 20 years, helping people take intellectual property designed here and putting it out to their factories worldwide. So Centrix is just something that's a little bit better, a little bit more secure than what we've been doing for decades.
So you also help with the security of the IP being not captured by some competitor or something
Absolutely,
like that.
Because if you protect your IP, when you do your job and you run it on Centrix, what happens is your IP is married with the algorithm and the technology around the programmer, and that is encrypted and wrapped, so that whole package is sent in a secure way to wherever the product's being manufactured. That's a big deal.
Has everybody understood this? Everybody's, you say it's already 1 or 2 billion chips per year, but it's still 28 billion that are not using your technology?
That's a really good question. People are becoming much more knowledgeable about why they need to do security now. Maybe a couple years ago it was more theoretical. And remember, we're just coming out of COVID, we're coming out of supply chain. People had a lot of things on their mind, okay? What we're seeing here at Embedded World now is people are coming up for air after 3 years and saying, I need to do new things. I need to create new things, new products, new designs. And those new designs will have security. And they're coming to us saying, I have a great idea for a new product, Data.io. How do I deliver it and manufacture it? And that's where we come in.
There's one question I like asking, but I'm not sure if it's... nobody's told me it's possible. Is it possible to have 100% security?
No.
For sure not. Even when you have very good encryption one side, the other side,
so products
are
designed by human beings. Human beings are imperfect, therefore we can never have 100% security. QED.
So that's not happening, but you want to get as close to 100% as possible.
You want to get the best possible security consistent with the product you're building and the risk you're managing. So for example, if I'm trying to protect a light bulb that's connected, I really don't need to spend a lot of money on that. If I'm protecting an armament or an airplane, that's a whole different story, okay? I'm going to spend a lot more money to get that much higher level of security. Now, we can have extraordinary levels of security, but you ask me about 100%, there's no guarantee for 100% of anything.
But it's possible to get orders of magnitude closer to the 100%.
Yes, that's a much better way of putting it.
Get to 99.9.
How many nines do you want? You never get to 100, it's always 5 nines, 6 nines, 7 nines, for example.
Here at the Embedded World, some of the chips are less than $1. They're very affordable chips. How much does it cost to add this process to each chip?
The way to look at it is not how much does it cost to add security to each chip. It's how much what is the risk you're mitigating on your product level, okay? If you have a 99-cent chip and it's going into a $10 part, you're protecting a $10 part. But you're also protecting your brand image. You might be $1 billion company. If your $10 part sucks, you have a potential to lose a lot more in your brand equity, okay? If it's insecure and gets hacked, that's a big deal. So you're protecting also your intellectual property. If your $10 product is also from a family of products that uses a common software architecture, then you really have to protect that as well. So your question is a fair question, but it's not the right question, because you're protecting a lot more than a 99-cent chip. You're protecting the product, you're protecting your software stack and intellectual property, you're protecting your corporate brand image.
If people buy one of your machines and then they just do millions of chips with one machine, then each chip is for free after that, or there's materials that are involved with every single?
No, this is a high volume manufacturing machine, so it's designed to be low cost of operation from the start. Okay, so, but obviously if you run more parts, you have more electricity, you have more consumables. It's never zero cost for the next chip. But once you design the job and the package, it's very, very cost effective to program the parts in high volume.
What do you show here on the presentation? There's a slide going around. It keeps looping.
Yes.
With maybe stand right there. Yeah. And
so
it's just your
presentation. It's just something we have here in the booth. And what we're talking about, why you need security, okay? And it's something that is happening for OEMs, for consumers, for enterprises as well. And everyone has unique needs and differences here, okay?
All right. And on that screen is just a loop of your other machines that you have going on. Maybe the bigger ones and stuff are being shown on this screen.
Yeah, this is just an example, a close-up, if you will, of some of the features on the machine. Looking at our taper, we're talking now about security provisioning, for example. And again, here's the machine. You're seeing it right here live.
All right, cool. So it's been a good embedded world. Lots of discussions.
It's been outstanding. Great traffic, great leads, and the right questions coming from customers.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you, and have a great day. Ciao from...
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Cool.
Super.
everybody. I'm Artem Aginsky here with Texas Instruments at Embedded World 23. We're going to take a look at some exciting products that with TI, so come with me and check out our booth.
It's been a busy show.
Oh, absolutely. It's been incredible. Lots of momentum, lots of exciting announcements. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the really cool technologies we're doing within MCU and MPU of our products. What we'll talk about today is some of the cool launches we're doing on our MSP portfolio. We'll talk a little bit about our new ARM-based M0s, and then we'll circle around and take a look at some of our vision processors where we're adding analytics at the edge to make electronics smarter, more intelligent.
The latest generations of microcontrollers get to be even smaller in nanometer, lower power consumption.
Exactly, you're spot on, right? Lower power and more integration, that's what we're about.
All right.
And you can kind of see as the wafers are getting to 300 millimeter, our capacity continues to grow as well. So let's take a look at some of the cool demos here around our MSP M0 portfolio. And what we're showing here today is a brand new, just launched portfolio that we announced yesterday of M0 Plus based MCUs. With all these? All these are new. Absolutely. So great scalability, lots of different packages, lots of different memory options, and lots of really good analog integration. And that's really where TI differentiates. We add a lot of the architectural and integration around the ARM cores to enable our customers to innovate. But we don't stop there. What we do with these parts here is what we actually solve the ease of use and how fast our developers can get started, right? So we've developed a number of configurations and tools a number of different tools that we've enabled our customers to be able to configure the MCU without even needing to program it. So now imagine an analog designer who's trying to innovate with an MCU can start with graphical interface tools that simplify their development cycle, get to production faster, narrow down to one of our many MCUs, and get going quickly with this M0, MSP M0 process.
So this analog configurator, like what is that about?
Yeah. So what this configurator does is it lets you connect the different analog pins within the device without having to actually write any lines of code. So let's say you want to take an ADC signal in, you want to filter it, and then you want to react to it, right? You can do all of that with configure it with visual blocks rather than writing any lines of code. And the time to market is just substantially simplified, and you can innovate rapidly.
Nice.
All right. And you can see some of the cool applications that MSP M0s go into here. And really, these are small MCUs, so they're actually everywhere. Believe it or not, every little board in the world will have one of these chips on it. And you can see it's everything from a car to power to motor control, right? Anywhere you're doing any kind of processing.
There's pretty much billions of them being shipped.
Absolutely.
But this is the latest.
This is the latest, greatest, lowest power, lowest cost, affordability, bringing MCUs to the masses.
Is it ARM Cortex M0?
It's Cortex M0 Plus, exactly. All right. Very good. So we'll circle around and take a look at some of our vision processors as well. So in addition to the MCUs, we're launching lots of processors today as well, focused on vision specifically. So what we've done is these are also ARM core-based processors, but what we have done is we added a TI-developed AI engine inside that allows us to enable lower power, lower costs than analytics could ever be. And why does that matter? Well, electronics are becoming more and more intelligent, which means they have to make decisions, and those decisions have to be done with low latency. And so they have to happen where the data happens, and that is at the edge, right? And with this scalable portfolio, we actually tailor the size, the power consumption, and the cost to the different applications that are needed. We start with something like a 628 family here that enables a single to dual cameras with up to 2 TOPS of performance. And then we scale up with our 688 to 1 to 8 cameras and 8 TOPS. And even to our AIM-69A, where we can support up to 12 cameras with 32 TOPS of performance.
Are these all your board partners?
Absolutely, yeah. So as you can see, all of our kind of TI boards up here where we're demonstrating the various demos. And as you look down, right, this is the scale of the ecosystem that is brought to our portfolio through our partners. And what this does is, again, simplifies the customer experience to get to the market faster through available hardware, through easy-to-use software, and most importantly, making it reusable across all applications.
All right. So there's all kinds of shapes and use cases being developed.
Yeah.
And put to market.
Absolutely. There's no one-size-fits-all, right? And that's the differentiation from TI. We're bringing a portfolio of products that are enabling our customers to innovate for their applications.
All right. And here on the screens, you show some of the edge vision AI processing applications.
Yeah, so you can see a few different applications across board here from different cameras. And really what we're showing is the sensor is responding at the edge, right, where it's important to make that decision. So you can see whether it's an intersection where you're trying to see cars and people walk across and you have to turn and off the lights. You want to make sure that it's accurate and safe, right? Same with something like a delivery robot that's driving around, dropping off packages. You want it to be able to be safe and reliable.
Nice. So you're launching the new vision processor.
Oh yeah. So this AIM6A family that you see here just announced yesterday, right? But it's actually now available on TI.com. So everything here you see here, you can come to TI.com/edgeai and order today, get started today.
So you've been working over the past time to get all these board makers to prepare the boards so that they could be ready.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is an extension of the portfolio we have. So AIM6 is actually a brand of many different processors, and the AIM6A added analytics to our already existing core base, which is enabling our customers to really reuse a lot of the software and add on the analytics to get to market even faster, including our board partners.
And that's an ARM Cortex
853 for the Cortex, and then the accelerator is actually a TI-developed one. So we can differentiate on the power and the affordability of these.
And that's directly on the SoC?
Directly on the SoC, integrated fully.
So great power performance and power consumption.
The power consumption is a really important aspect of it. It absolutely is very low power, and that's what makes it be able to be at the edge, right? Because once you're at the edge, you have to deploy in all kinds of small form factors, right? You have to make sure that all of these things are can fit where they need to go, and then power becomes a very big consideration. So that's where we've innovated by scaling across our portfolio with all of these low power processors.
Nice. So this could be a huge seller potentially. This could be a big market.
It's a huge market. I'm sure as you walk around, you've seen AI, right? All of the electronics are becoming more intelligent. It's a major trend, and it's solving real-world problems. So we see a lot of opportunity here for people to innovate.
The next gen security cameras are just going to be not like the previous gen.
Absolutely.
All right.
Smarter, better, safer.
All right. And there's a bunch of stuff more at the booth?
Yeah, we can look at a few more demos as we walk around here with different intelligence. You can see here pose estimation, where you can actually tell what the human is doing, right? And you can react. So you can imagine in a factory where you're with co-located with a bot, right? That's moving around and you're moving around. You want to be able to tell exactly where your hands are, right? Because you don't want the robot and the person running into each other, right? And with this kind of AI technology, we can actually do that at the edge and retain privacy, because all the decision and all of the data processing happens at the edge. You don't have to send any of the video or data out to the cloud.
Nice.
All right.
Because it would be terabytes and terabytes of data, and there's no need.
And there's no need. That's exactly it. But that's the industrial innovation. Similarly, we see a lot of innovation in retail, home automation. And so one of the demos we're showing here, if you're able to see it.
Let's go right.
Yeah, maybe we'll go on the other side. All right, let's do that. All right. Yeah, so if you look over here, what we're showcasing with this demo, again, running on our AIM-628 products that you saw over here, is object identification and classification for a retail use case. I don't know how it is for you, but whenever I get lunch in the middle of the day, you know, you're waiting in line way longer than you're actually eating your lunch. And so what we're showing here is AI can actually tell you what do you put on your plate and charge you automatically for it, rather than you having to stand in a long line, you know, explaining what you're purchasing. And that innovation is going to make people's lives better, give us more time back, right, and enjoy our lives a little bit more. So we're extremely excited about some of the cool things that are happening.
It might also start the alarm and if you're not getting the right ingredients for your diet.
Sure, that's a fantastic idea. I love that. That would definitely help me get better with my diet.
It'll go directly on your phone and connect with your Fit app and tell you exactly what you ate.
And tell you if you're missing it in the fridge too, right? So you can reorder it as you need it.
Nice. Is this just smart programming or is it really enabled by your chip?
So it's really enabled by our chip because the way AI technology works is actually it is trained on the data, the real world data, to make those decisions. So instead of it being, you know, pre-programmed for a decision, it's trained. And what that makes it do is be more accurate, right, more responsive, but also over time it can self-train even more, right? The more bananas I put here, the better the banana recognition will get, right? And so it only gets better with time as well.
So each chip gets better, or the whole, the training, the model
the model
shared.
gets better. Yeah.
It gets shared to all the chips somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of models out there that get trained for sure, but generally you do it on the chip, but these are also connected, right? So we have the things like Ethernet, we have Wi-Fi protocols, so all of these things can talk to each other and improve together as well.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're super, super excited to be here.
Nice. There's a bunch more you want to show.
I think we hit all the key ones, I think. So,
yeah, but it goes all the way around your booth. And there's all the meeting areas.
Yeah, you'll start running into some meeting areas and coffees, but if everybody wants to see me drink some coffee, that's an option too.
Okay. Cool.
But we got the cool stuff.
Thanks a lot.
I appreciate it. Thank you for coming by. And again, this is Artem Aginsky with Texas Instruments here at Embedded World 23.
That's awesome.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
And if
but I'll record it and publish later. Cool. Hi, so we're here at the Embedded World 2023, and who are you?
I'm Iiskla Lappalainen, MontaVista Software. I do product management here globally.
And I'm Magnus Niemel. I'm responsible for sales in Europe.
So MontaVista is doing the Linux, right?
Yeah. We are actually showing here our latest MontaVista Carrier Grade Express Linux 4.0. It's a commercial open source distribution. So what we do is long-term support. We do services. It's based on the 5.10 kernel, the Yocto 4.0 baseline. It has the latest compilers. What we launched this year at Embedded World is the support for ARM System Ready. And our service is MV Secure for the EU Cybersecurity Act. So the idea is together with the CGX product, we can help customers reach the requirements of EU Cybersecurity Act with MV Secure.
So you just have a USB stick, you plug it in, and you can boot Linux on any ARM device. It just works.
Yeah, that's the idea of the ARM system ready. In our case, because it's a Yocto-based, source-based distribution, we have a reference BSP. That is the idea of the system ready approach. You build that, and then you get to that point when you put the USB stick in and boot.
So we're right here next to the Yocto booth right here. So how is it different to boot with the MontaVista? Or what do you do to it?
Compared to Yocto?
Yeah, no, what is a specific, when people choose to work with the MontaVista? What is the consideration?
It's the Linux expertise. It's the support for long term. So sometimes customer requires specific support, like they have set response times, service level agreements. We can do support on the long term. We can maintain one branch for 15 years even. It's a carrier grade distribution, so it builds on Yocto, but it's kind of a superset. We add commercialization, we add testing, field maintenance, features, real time.
And when I look at your banner down here, you talk about 5G, IoT, what is it, NFV? There's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, NFV, Network Function Virtualization. That's more like on going towards CGX is fit for that. We have another product called MV Shield, which is our support for CentOS and Rocky rail compliant distributions. And this allows customers kind of maybe better support for NFV, but CGX is for some NFV use cases. That's an applicable product as well for a kind of embedded edge nature in NFV.
So I started video blogging in 2004, and it was the Arcos French product that changed the world. Everybody's copying them now. Everybody's have smartphones. And this was running MontaVista Linux, I think. It was back then.
I think so. I can recall that particular product.
Were you there?
MontaVista Linux. I remember the Arcos product, yeah.
You would, in 2004?
2007, unfortunately. But when in 2007, the MontaVista Linux kernel was still running in the majority of Linux phones, as far as I understand. So
that was before Android. That was years before.
Pre-Android,
and
right.
Pretty much there was even app stores. There was a whole thing that it would work. I think it was using Qtopia.
Qtopia, yeah.
On top.
Yeah, I think those were the days. Yeah, but then Android and iOS changed the mobile world scene. We used to have a product called Mobile Linux that targeted mobile phones in particular. Now we focus on CGX, which is a kind of a horizontal embedded distribution, suitable for many different types of embedded use cases.
But what I'm saying is this 2004 Arcos device is maybe still supported. I'm joking. No, but that's maybe not. But you're talking 15 years.
We have distributions that are still supported from that era. But it mostly actually today is the carrier grade distributions. It's more of the telecom infra, like base stations and core network devices that are currently still supported by MontaVista.
I think people want to upgrade their 65 nanometer ARM processor to the latest 3 nanometer or something.
Yeah.
So it's busy here at the Embedded World. Lots of discussions. Are you in millions and millions of devices?
Yeah, MontaVista is being run in lots and lots of devices. I mean, it's an interesting show. We have had lots of interesting discussions. I would say at this show, security is the really key theme here. There's a lot of discussion about the EU Cybersecurity Act and what's happening. I was presenting about security yesterday. we can put that up there on our website, so you can see that as a video later if readers are interested. But that comes up a lot. People stop by the booth, they ask about like what can you do to help us with the security. So I think our announcement was pretty fit for that bill.
When I look at the phone number, it's American. So is it the U.S. headquarters?
It's a U.S. company.
And but are you around? You don't live in the U.S. or?
No, I'm based in Finland, and
we have offices globally in different locations. So Sweden, Finland.
What's happened in Sweden and Finland then?
It's a lot of telecom customers there. Yes. So we are in all the base stations, for example. But we're also in South Korea, we're in Japan, in India. But the headquarters is in the US, San Jose.
There's going to be millions of new base stations. They're all going to be ARM-powered. They're all going to need Linux.
Yeah.
And you might be in many of them.
Yes.
What's your market share? Do you say?
That's really hard to say. I mean, Linux is everywhere. I don't know. Do you know what the market share could be?
It's really difficult because so many flavors of Linux. How many of them are using a commercially managed distribution like MontaVista? Unfortunately, we don't have the numbers, but there are not too many vendors that can provide similar solutions that we do, carrier-grade distributions. So I think we have a reasonable split of that market. I don't think I can give you those numbers, or it's like,
cool.
But we are a major player there.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Do you also run on these huge ARM servers?
We do, yeah.
The biggest Ampere CPUs, the biggest all this stuff?
We focus more on the lower end ARM devices, but Cavium and us had a tight partnership before the acquisition with Marvell. So their ThunderX was our reference at that point. But we are looking into that market closely.
Cool. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Let me give you my card. Did you have this where the video will go? I'll give you there. Do you have a card also? Yeah. If you want, you can send me a little email with a description, and maybe very technical. If you want, I can use it for describing your video. Hi.
Hey.
Please introduce yourself.
So I'm Andy Woffer. I'm the chair of the Yocto Project, and we're here at Embedded World 2023, and it's been crazy busy, which has been great to see.
People queuing up pretty much to speak with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Yocto Project's quite common in the embedded space, and actually this is our first year coming to the event, and we've been overwhelmed by technical questions, by commercial questions, people wanting to get started, people just walking by and saying thanks very much for all the work. So it's really good to see.
Are you able to answer all the most technical questions at the show?
No, some of it has been pushing my knowledge and experience, which it's fun, nice to see, but I'm there on Slack and IRC asking much more knowledgeable people, how do I answer this question kind of thing, so it's all be good.
When I walk around the embedded world, everybody says the word Yocto. It's like it's all over the place, right? There's a lot of it in the embedded world.
Absolutely. I mean, Yocto is a platform to build a custom Linux operating system, and it's used from small home automation devices right the way up through to hyperscaling clouds and satellites, and you know, so it is literally from Earth to space.
And it says #1 platform to validate new SoC designs.
Yep, absolutely. So thanks to Yocto's modular capabilities, it's very quick and easy to get an operating system up and running on new hardware. and absolutely it's one of the best tools for the trade.
And I see your badge has an ARM logo.
Yep.
Fully supported on everything you can think of out there?
I'll never say 100%, but a large number of ARM-based platforms are supported. We have a huge number of ARM ecosystem partners that are actually members of the Yocto project. ARM themselves are a platinum member of the Yocto project, and we use it heavily. And so, yeah, it's well supported.
What goes into being a member? Do they have to upstream everything, contribute? Do they get roles?
So there is a financial element to becoming a member, but we're open to ecosystem partners, etc. Yeah, members have the opportunity to steer the direction of the project, have a say in what doesn't happen, what they'd like to see happen, what events they want to see the Yocto project at, etc. And so, it's not a pay-to-play, far from it. If you want to contribute code, please do. Nothing's stopping you. If you want to participate, you want to advocate, please do. And so, yeah, it's all good.
All the members agree where it needs to go?
For the most part. It's nice to have some pushback from our membership every so often, and just to make sure we're kept honest. They make us think long and hard, make sure that we're doing the best for our membership and the project, and that's important. There's no point just wasting money and time and effort if it's not going to be of benefit to people.
So what's coming next? What's the big thing where's it going?
World domination. As I mentioned, the Yocto project is already deployed in satellites. It's deployed in the Mars rover. It's deployed in aircraft, in sailing vessels, trains, machinery, you name it, right? And telecommunications equipment, the whole 9 yards. So I think next step is making sure that security is as good as it can be. Working with members and partners on how to improve the security aspects of things. We already, by default, provide software bill of materials in the builds, so we're compliant with legislation coming out of the White House and out of the EU. And so, yeah, it's iterative improvements.
And we talk about all these 5G base stations out there, ARM parts, some of them, and everything. Is it where it goes, or it goes to the tiny little, smallest Linux devices?
Yes to all of that, right? Absolutely, in 5G telco base stations and other constrained devices. The automotive industry is a large consumer and contributor to the Yocto project, and so we've got members like BMW, automotive grade Linux, and so there's a large number of vehicles running Yocto currently at the moment. I believe if you have an I-Series BMW, you're running Yocto in your car, and that's just one of many. And so, we are quite well supported in the industry now.
One thing that's cool about Linux in devices is that it keeps getting better. The device doesn't get worse.
Correct. There's always improvements. It's always moving forward, always moving upwards. Some people say that Linux is getting a bit big, a bit heavy. The advantage of using Yocto to build your Linux is that you're building just enough for what you need.
So you pick and choose. It's like a buffet. You take what you want, and then
for the most part, you build only what you want, rather than taking a traditional Linux distribution and ripping pieces out. This, you're actually just from the start building only just enough.
Nice. That's awesome. All right. Thanks a lot.
No worries. You take care. Cheers.
Can I have your latest contact? This is where the video...
I don't actually have any more cards.
And so it's live right now, but I will publish in 4K later also.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, so please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Eric Ford from ProvenRun. And at ProvenRun, we are helping our customer to succeed in securing their devices in the IoT market. And cybersecurity is all about ProvenRun. So we are helping our customer to identify their security risk. We are helping them to put in place the right security architecture, and we are helping them also to succeed in their cybersecurity devices. We are also providing really highly secure products. So we have our flagship product, ProvenCore, right? And ProvenCore is a secure microkernel that has been certified at the highest security possible level, Common Criteria EL7, and this is a world premiere. This is for Cortex-A, for RISC-V, 64-bit processors. We are also helping our customer for smaller devices based on the MCUs, right, with a second secure microkernel. As an example, we have a very nice partnership with STMicroelectronics on the STM32H5. And we have also a secure hypervisor. So in a very brief nutshell, this is what we are providing to our customer, help to succeed in their certification process, in their cyber security certification, and also in implementing their cyber security services on top of our product. Thank you very much.
So right here, you say, is this the most secure in the world system?
Yeah, we are the only
most secure.
Yeah.
How can you describe how it's the most secure, and what does it mean by the first in the? When you say the level,
I gave the CC level.
What is the CC level?
It's common criteria. This is the most demanding cybersecurity norms. Okay. And EL7 means that we have developed ProvenCore secure kernel, secure operating system using formal methods, and we have proven mathematically the correctness of the kernel and the cyber security functionality of the kernel.
So it's not easy to get to that level?
Not at all. It took us about 7 years to develop the kernel and 2 years to achieve the mathematical proof, the formal proof.
Can you describe what's the challenge in developing the kernel to be secure like that?
Yes, I can describe it. First of all, the current security kernel, has been developed with the usual development methods using C language, for instance. The challenge is that when you are doing, you are using formal methods to develop software. Those methods were well-fitting for functional software, piece of code, but not well-fitting for developing an operating system, a secure operating system. So we had to create our own formal language as a first step in order to be able to achieve the development of the secure operating system and to be able to prove it formally, means proving it mathematically.
And so you have a long experience in getting stuff like that done?
Yes. Our CEO and founder, Dominique Bodignano, has been the inventor of the concept of the trusted execution environment, means the secure kernel, more than 20 years ago. And because he found out that the way of the existing TE in the market, you have one in your mobile phone so far, we never reached the sufficient level of cybersecurity. He decided to go further down the road to target the highest possible level of cybersecurity that we can achieve currently.
If you go over there, you have a few posters. You have the ProvenCore M.
Yes, this is the microkernel here for MCUs. This is what is currently part of the STMicroelectronics STM32H5 Secure Manager. If you go to the ST booth, you will see this live. You have a live demos. We have also a very nice partnership with Xilinx on the Cria SOM module, that is an ultra-scale MPSoC based system on module, where our flagship product ProvenRun is providing security services. Also, nice innovation. Beyond ARM architecture, currently RISC-V is growing up in the embedded market. So we have a partnership with the Sci-Fi to demonstrate how ProvenCore brings security functionality above Sci-Fi WallGuard separation mechanism. And last but not least, it's great to talk about partnership, to talk about innovation, but it's also really great to present real-life product. For instance, we have worked with Engrave, that is a company building a crypto wallet, right? This is a product that is on the market. As you can imagine, when you are talking about cryptocurrency, you need a very high level of security, and Engrave has used our product to secure their crypto wallet and to keep the secret very safe in regard of the security requirement. And this wallet has been developed using STMicro processors, using ProvenRun, our product, and using also Linux as a rechoice.
Is it the most secure crypto wallet in the world?
We believe so. You would have to ask the question to Engrave, but we are very proud about this achievement with our customer, with Engrave.
And can you explain a little bit the trust execution environment? And there's an open source version of it?
Yes, you have open source solution. Opti, exactly.
And you are involved in that one?
No, but our founder has been at the roots of the TE concept. He invented the concept. Opti is an open source TE, but Opti has a fairly low level of cybersecurity. So if you scale Opti on the command criteria cybersecurity scale, Opti you can reach command criteria level 2, level 2 plus. Cyber certification level, as at ProvenRun we have achieved command criteria EL7, cyber certification.
To do security, it has to do with keeping some secrets and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You want to not reveal the secrets. There's not only encryption. It's like an architecture that you don't tell people how it works and stuff like that?
No, it's not by hiding the people. I can show you how does it work, for instance, here on this graph. Yeah. So, let me rewind a little bit about the TE and the secure OS concept, right? Cybersecurity is all about the trusted computing base, right? So the trusted computing base is the piece of software that has to be highly secure and on which you will build your security services. Okay. Currently, many people are already doing cybersecurity with operating systems like Linux, Android, RTOS, right? But those are very big, and we've got they have cybersecurity issue, almost every day. If you look at Linux, you will find vulnerabilities published on a daily basis, right? So it's too big to protect properly your application, your device. So what happens is that we use a TE that is sitting in a secure area provided by the hardware. For instance, for ARM, this is the ARM Trust Zone Secure World, right? Or if you use RISC-V, it is in a trusted area, a separated area managed by WorldGuard. And then you can have a very highly secure microkernel, right? Very small, proven at the highest level of cybersecurity, on top of which you create your secure application. You are talking about secure storage. It is one example. So you will manage your secrets like keys, like certificates through this environment, right? And the RISC-OS will request the secure environment to decipher the data, for instance, to manage the keys and so on. But we are not stopping at just encryption, decryption, at secure storage. We have the ability to implement more sophisticated cybersecurity services, such as firmware updates, such as filtering, data filtering that goes over the network, right? You want to control, like VPN, for instance. So there is many additional services, and here you have the list of services, for instance, right? You may want to implement trusted user interface. You may want to implement intrusion detection systems. So you don't trust Linux or Android to do this. You will trust the secure part to achieve this kind of task.
Nice. You're based in France?
Yeah, we are a French company. We are a French company based in both Paris and Sophia Antipolis near Nice.
And when we talk about cybersecurity and the continent of Europe wants to have better security, and even the chips might come manufactured in another continent, you want to bring it over, you want to be secure, but you work with customers all over the world.
Yes, we have customers all over the world. We have customers in North America, obviously in France, in Europe. We have customers in Asia Pac also.
Cool. And as busy embedded world?
It was a very good show for us. We were really busy all those past 3 days.
Cool. Hi, please introduce yourself.
Hi, welcome at our booth and welcome to Nuremberg. We are Candera and we are embedded software development, and we are focusing on tools for creating embedded HMIs. And as you can see, we are very well known for cars. As you can see, we are not just cars, we are also developing many other use cases. Good, sir?
So there's all kinds of UI, advanced systems that you have going on?
Right.
And you support different kind of chipsets?
Right, we try to be hardware agnostic, but I think the chips are very well known from ST, so we of course support them, and we have even a few different examples here. For example, the STM32, the development kit.
And what is that used for?
The application is a medical application for glucose meter to check the blood sugar.
So your UIs are functional, beautiful. Is that the idea?
Right. So the idea, as you can imagine, we're coming from a car. It was always very important how the HMI looked. And in recent years, we saw a trend that also other applications, the demand is growing for a better looking HMI. And that's why we thought we will jump on that train. And that's why we created this beautiful wall here to showcase.
Can you show some of your other UIs? Your
right,
other
sure.
demos here?
Let's go on that wall over here. So here we have a home application, fully functional, of course, with remote control for lights, and even a small cat toy here, if you go down, to entertain your beloved.
Nice.
We can go in a different view. And maybe if we go over here to the next one. It's a rather industrial one. It's a demo for an industrial oven. And the next one here would be a coffee machine with functions to remember who likes what coffee. And so you can save your favorite coffee, your favorite style, and drink it then freshly brewed. I think one rather beautiful here is the treadmill, I think. Just a brand new one. This one running on a Raspberry Pi.
What goes into designing something like that? Your customers can take your tools and they can do what they want?
Right,
in collaboration with your support and stuff like that?
Right, so our main business is licensing our tool. So customers would use it to create their own solutions. But of course we also can help starting from UI, UX design and to complete projects in the end.
And you show the tool. What's the price? Or how does it work to license it?
So the tool is a seed. The license model is a seed model. So it's per device. It comes with a dongle. So in the end, you would plug it in and run it.
All right. So it depends how many devices people sell, or necessarily. It depends.
No, the tool is per seat, so per developer or a floating model. And yes, there is a royalty, a small amount per device you ship.
What are we looking at here?
Here you see a cluster running on a Renesas RK3, and you can see the performance, especially when it comes to 3D modeling. And here you can see, I'm not sure if you can see it on the picture, a mapping of a city while a car is driving through, or even here live rendered car model. And on the other screen you can see then the cluster which is behind the steering wheel, and also the object here from the IBI in the center.
Nice. And lots of discussions here in the embedded world. People want to speak with you about working with you?
Yes, it definitely was far better than last year. It was really busy the last 2 days. Here now in the last day, you can see it's getting a little empty already, people going home, but it's definitely a successful fair here.
Hi, I'm Damien Wells from NXP. Welcome to Embedded World. We'd love to show you some of the really cool demos that we've got going here on the booth today. Hey Kyle, can you tell us, gentlemen, what we have here on this particular demo area?
Sure, absolutely. Welcome. So at NXP, we're showcasing our microcontrollers in this display. To start, we have our 1170, the crossover microcontrollers. This is a voice recognition example where I can say, "Hey oven," and "Hey oven, shut the door," and it will close the oven door. "Hey oven, shut the door."
All right.
All right.
So it's always listening. It's for voice applications.
Yes. This does some vision where it can recognize gestures, start some audio, or you can close the audio, or you can use the touch, both showing the human-machine interface and the vision and the audio detection.
What is a chip that can do this?
Yeah, that is the IMX RT 1170. It's a dual-core, high-performance crossover MCU from NXP. It has an M7 and an M4. In this case, we're actually using both cores. The M4 is using more for the human-machine interface and some of the general activity, isolating all the complex voice and vision on the M7.
And you're launching a new chip here at the show.
Yeah, so NXP is showing a lot of applications and use cases for the MCX. It's our newest microcontroller. It's a dual-core Cortex M33 device. We have a demonstration here which is showing the human-machine interface with our free-to-use GUI Guider software tool to create rich user interfaces to drive interaction with the customer.
And so, dual-core M33.
Yes.
That's good performance for this kind of applications?
Absolutely. It's up to 150 megahertz per core, but it also has a graphics accelerator, it has a DSP, and it has a neural network application for machine learning.
How do you do the neural networking on the MCU?
So what it has is that it's an NXP neural network core called the Neutron, and we use our EIQ software to train and learn the different machine learning algorithms. And we download it to that microcontroller, but it offloads all the machine learning to that assist neural network.
And it's part of the core, it's part of the chip?
It's part of the same chip, along with the two dual-core Cortex M3s and the hardware accelerator for graphics.
And what are you showing here in the laptop?
So I'm excited to present the Visual Studio Code extension. It's called MCU Expresso for VS Code. We've gotten lots of requests from customers to provide another option for development to complement our IAR, Microvision, and Eclipse-based tools. So now customers can use the Visual Studio Code environment to get started developing with NXP libraries as well as a Zephyr development.
All right. So it's busy at your booth. A lot of people asking about these new chips.
A lot of people are excited about both the vision applications on the RT 1170 and also the MCX and the new microcontroller that NXP is providing customers.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Thanks. Nice.
Hi, let me take you now over to our Matter demo that we have running over here as part of our smart home demonstration area. So Michael, could you explain what we have here in terms of our Matter demo?
All right.
Yes. So this is our Matter demo. So this is for the smart home and IoT. The idea of this demo is really to demonstrate the interoperability of this new standard. So we are talking here about a new standard, a new common language on the IoT markets, and NXP is a great contributor of this new protocol, and we are offering a new platform, complete solution, hardware and software, so that you can develop Matter devices. So our broad portfolio helps us to provide solution for gateway and Matter controller and thread border router, but we are also providing solution for Matter and device over thread, and also Matter and device over Wi-Fi. So,
and then there's a controller, which is just Android.
So yeah, on this demo, what we are trying to show is we have several controls. So we have this Android Matter controller, but we have also an embedded matter controller which is available on this demo.
What is running here?
So here is running the matter controller and the thread border router, but you can also control some of the end device. If I just walk through here, and then you can see that we can control this smart lock and fan directly. But also, which is a key point here, we have also on this demo third-party controller with a iPod from Apple and a Nest from Google, and this controller are also matter compatible. And what you can just say is, hey Google, turn on the light. Here you see. And then if I say, hey Siri, turn off the lights. So as you can see, then you can show that whatever the ecosystem as it is matter compatible, you can drive all your device in your smart home.
It's very popular to work on the Matter right now?
Yes, that's really, this is the very beginning of Matter, but we see a lot of adoption. It becomes very popular, a lot of buzz around that, but that's for real now, and it will expand, and we for sure see a lot.
There's a lot of promise in Matter.
Yeah, that's the promise of Matter. Yeah.
Cool, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you
very
much.
All right, let me take you now over to our UWB ultra wideband demo and show you some of that cool technology in action. Hey Loic, do you want to explain what's going on here with UWB in the demo?
Yeah, of course. So UWB is a radio frequency technology which allows us to range very, very accurately. We can range plus minus 10 centimeters and at an angle resolution of plus minus 3 degrees. That's also what we're showing here. I have a smartphone from Samsung, just a normal smartphone with an app for auto wideband and an auto wideband chip in there. And I have another auto wideband device based on the SR160 from NXP in there, and it's on top of the bezel. It's 2 antennas, and if we step back, I can move the smartphone around, and on top there you can see the angle change in relation to where I'm holding the phone in front of the laptop. Also the distance changes. If I move back, the distance changes. And if I move further in again, it's again close distance. And what we're showing here with this demo is seamless logical access. So I'll just turn it on, and imagine you're working on your laptop, and you just move away, and you forgot to lock it. And because I am connected via my smartphone with auto wideband to my laptop, it's locked. And now if I go back in to my laptop and want to continue my work, it's locked again, unlocked again. So this is showing the seamless logical access with auto wideband. And another thing is, what happens if you forget your smartphone? Because if you forget your smartphone and you move away, and if you move behind the white line, then it's still unlocked. But because what we're showing with this demo with the SR160 Trimension is that we can do auto wideband radar and distance information at the same time. I want to ask them to step back.
All right. And then
my presence again, but it doesn't, of course, know that I'm the person that is allowed to use this laptop. So I need to put in a pin again. And yeah, this is just the amazing.
As long as somebody's near the laptop, it's unlocked.
It's you have to prove yourself that you're the person who's allowed to use the laptop.
So it senses people.
With auto wideband radar, we can sense presence. Yes.
Presence.
Yes.
And all these support that?
Yeah, exactly. We have the Trimension SR150 with the module partners Amotech, Murata, SGI, Sunway, and we also have using the SR150 development kits, which can all do auto wideband distance measurements. And we also have the SR160, which is a more radar optimized chip.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Have a nice day. Enjoy the show.
Cool.
Hey, so we're going to go now and take a look at our high voltage battery management system demo here with Andreas, who will explain how that is and how it's working.
Hi.
Hi, it's my pleasure to explain you our high voltage BMS reference design, the cloud connected BMS reference design. So this is what we call the high voltage 400 volt reference design with the main board, with the microcontroller and the intelligence, let's say, the software stacks. This on that side is the cell controller, cell monitoring. So each of these small little guys here control and monitor 14 battery cells. And then on that side we have the high power rail, the shunt, and then there's high current measurement. And for redundancy reasons, for safety, functional safety reasons, it's a dual of them. So all of that is we provide to our customers for prototype building, together with software stacks and functional safety analysis. And then this demo is actually more, is one part of it. The other part is that we partner with the company Electra Vehicles Inc. It's actually a demo of two companies. And I have here my friend Fabrizio, the CEO of Electra Vehicles Inc. And he is doing the cloud and will explain to you the cloud business.
Exactly, yes. What we have done in partnership with NXP, we are demonstrating the ability to connect to the cloud and leverage some, not only the edge computing power of NXP chipset, in particular that's 32K3 chipset here, but we're also able to connect to the cloud and leverage an advanced digital twin of the batteries. So what is a digital twin? It's basically a copy, an exact copy of the battery, but in the cloud. And what we do at Electra, we basically create a digital twin with physics base, so actual data coming out from the battery itself, and machine learning. So we leverage a lot the latest techniques of machine learning AI in order to have a very accurate digital twin of your batteries. And what we do is basically when there is an error that starts to give some problems to the state of charge or state of health on board, we're basically pinging the cloud and say, is there a new update, is there a firmware update, in order to download it and reduce that error, make this error disappear. The opportunity is that we are going to have, with electric vehicles, very accurate state of charge, so we know how many miles, how many kilometers we have left in our vehicles, but also the ability to have a very good state of health, so we know if the battery is healthy or not, and finally, if we can predict potential failures up to 3 months in advance if our batteries will go well or not. So we are showcasing here the partnership with NXP and Electra for a very advanced, very novel BMS solutions.
Because the batteries can be, they're very advanced. It's keep coming new batteries all the time, and it's very important to manage how fast you charge, how fast you use it on the road, and it's complicated system, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Batteries are alive systems, are very complicated, and what we are seeing is that there are new batteries coming out. You know, NMC 811 or the novel.
What is that one?
Which one?
What is this you just said?
So yeah, there are different chemistries. You know, the popular one by Tesla is NCA. There are many from the Chinese market, LFP and so on. But there are new trends like NMC 811. They are very advanced chemistries, as well as the lithium metal, solid state. Potentially in the future we'll see lithium air. And it's very important to do a digital twin of the battery in order to have the ability to know the battery itself and be able to deploy advanced algorithm to make any chemistry working well.
It's like simulation, emulation, something?
Yes, exactly. You basically create a digital twin, so a digital copy of your battery. But in order to do that, you need to do a lot of tests, a lot of machine learning. But once you have that model, you can do a lot of things, and you can leverage the network effect.
The battery is the most expensive part in an electric vehicle, so you want to maintain that over a long lifetime. And of course, you also want to get the maximum distance out of your vehicle. So that's why you need to have very precise algorithms, and the digital twin helps you to get these really precise.
One thing I want to see, but I don't know if the car makers want to do it, is battery swap. And that there should be a standard, and everybody should swap the batteries. But that will mean there'll be a million different batteries out there, and each of them different health, different range, different. But that's a different question of it.
It's a different question. There's companies out there that tried that in the past. There's also companies out there that try that now. But it is like you say, I mean, vehicle manufacturers have own ideas about their batteries. So they don't want one unique battery. They want different performance levels for their cars.
What do you think?
It's a differentiation point. Yeah, I agree with Andreas. That we're going to see, there have been several battery swap in the past. We're going to continue to see more and more. It's definitely, we need more normalization. We need more rules around the batteries. But for now, it's very early in the industry, and we're going to see a lot of differentiation, diversities. But we might get there. It just takes 20, 30, 40 years of time or so.
I don't want to wait so long.
I know.
I want to need 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You want to swap the batteries
2 or
real
3
quick?
years, okay.
I see, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. I think the European car makers need to move fast and do something. I don't know. I don't know what's happening exactly.
Sure, but it's a very complex matter, and that's why there are companies like NXP, Electra, and many other players in the industry try to push electrification forward, make sure the battery is safe, and then give you the miles and the mileage that everybody wants. The battery swap potentially will come. It will take some time, not 2-3 months.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cool.
So let's go take a look at another one of our demos that we have here on the booth, which is our concept e-scooter.
Nice.
So here we have basically a representation of an e-scooter, obviously made out of plexi, and we've actually positioned within it many of the different building blocks that NXP could provide to someone who was wanting to design an e-scooter for themselves.
This is just a whole bunch of NXP chips that goes in a scooter.
Exactly.
All over the place.
It's actually combined together with a story that is actually running on a screen that's just off to our right-hand side here. And this actually talks about the e-scooter itself in terms of future mobility. We can drive into more technical details around the display connectivity controller, the onboard charger, traction inverter, the battery management system, and indeed we can even drill down to the individual parts that NXP provide that actually could be used within each of these applications. So
Nice.
very visual. It tends to draw lots of people in who are potentially looking at designing products within that area.
Nice. I see a chip down here for the tire pressure, the radar in the back, onboard charger, just a whole bunch. Cool. All right.
You have your BMS here for the battery management system, the electronics for a handlebar control. We have a display up here, which is being driven by a display controller that sits in the front of the bike, and of course forward-facing radar as well.
Is there a trend of trying to put more and more stuff in fewer chips somehow that can do more?
For sure there is. Obviously everyone is trying to reduce down essentially the amount of electronics that you would put into something like this, but they all have pretty dedicated functions as well. So the BMS is very much its own separate entity, and you've already heard about that a little bit on the high voltage one for the cars over there.
Nice.
Can I take you also over to the partner wall that we have here on the booth? Cool.
All right. Because NXP has a lot of partners in the embedded world.
NXP has somewhere in the region of about 250 to 300 partners in total.
And they might all exhibit here at the show.
Yes, many of them are. We have actually, within the show, we have over 100 demonstrations that are not on our booth, they are elsewhere. We have a sample here on this wall of 24 of our demos. This particular side of the wall, we have a brand new device called the IDA MX93 that launches next month, and this entire side of the wall is actually all of our embedded board suppliers who make these little modules. And they are basically, all of them are based on the IDA MX93, ready for the part to be launched.
So here we see Advantech doing Fintech. So even though it's a new chip, they've been working with you for a while to make it ready for the market.
We engaged them in the alpha program, so very early on, when we were also engaging with our very big OEMs, and by engaging them at that point, they're actually able to develop a module for market.
All requirements of the market, what people want, like all the different segments, the
Yes.
demand
Yes.
is covered. There's a solution for everything.
Yes.
And then more and more coming. So what's the performance of the IMX93? That's a high performance core, right?
It is a high performance core, yes. It also has on board an ML engine as well to obviously help with offloading.
It says 1 or 2 Cortex A55 plus
it
the
also has
M33.
Yep, for real time. And then actually when we look at this side of the wall, this is another selection of our partners. The 4 that are here are actually all HMI, so this is more graphics and the ability to develop a GUI. And then further along the wall we have some of our Wi-Fi partners and indeed some of our automotive partners as well.
So when there's a new IMX coming, it's a big deal for the industry, the embedded world, right?
It is very much a big deal. We don't just have IMX on this side of the wall, we also have some of our microcontrollers, some of our network processors as well, and indeed some of our automotive products. So this is one of our automotive products, the green box. And indeed the new part, another new part that was launched at the show was the S32G3. And this particular partner has already got a board out based upon the S32G3.
And the S32G3 is computer vision stuff?
It is for the automotive domain.
All right. Here's a big SOM.
Yep, that's IDA MX8M Plus as a SOM module.
All right. All right. So it's been a busy show.
It's been a very busy show, particularly the first 2 days. Today, obviously, it's a little bit quieter. There's a few more students here, which is great to see. Some young talent coming through, learning about the technology that we have on offer.
Yeah. So you also talk here about automotive. Maybe you can introduce.
Certainly. Let me introduce Brian Carlson, my colleague here, who knows all about our automotive products and what we have. Brian.
Sure. Hi. So I just walked up and saw you here. Great to see you again. So have you seen anything yet? And I don't know.
Yeah,
if you've
we did
gone
the
through
booth tour.
So you've seen the automotive booth?
Not the automotive table, but
yeah, let's go over there.
Automotive table. Oh, definitely. Well, let's see that. You saw the automotive partner.
We showed
Electra.
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's go over there because there's a lot of exciting things going on in automotive, definitely, right? We know about electrification, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and everything's moving towards software-defined vehicles. So that's what we're really focused on here. So let me just give you the rundown. We have So we'll start here. Electrification, of course, is a big trend. OEMs are spending $20, $30 billion a piece to create electrification platforms. And so we're right in the mix with battery management, onboard charging. This is for the actual drive of the EV. So we introduced this product initially in Munich back at Electronica in November. This is the actual chip right here. That's the S32K39. The nice thing about that is it's an ASIL D rated chip that includes a lockstep pair of Cortex M7s, 2 additional M7s, but it has a lot of integration. It has Sigma Deltas, it has really high resolution, pico resolution of pulse width modulation to control gate drivers. But what's really good about it with it has 2 dedicated motor control coprocessors. This allows us to control very high-speed inverters, which we take the 800-volt, typically 400, 800-volt battery voltage. We have gate drivers that we introduced also recently called the GD3162s, and we're able to switch those to be able to do a whole control loop up to 200 kilohertz for 2 motors. So this chip, why it's so impressive is being able to drive 2 electric motors at the same time, totally independently. And then we can extend that with the S32Z and E, which have 1 gigahertz Cortex R52 cores, which is what we don't show the part here. Just visually, we actually won Best at Show at this show, Embedded World, back in June of last year with the S32E, and it has 8, as I mentioned, R52 cores running at gigahertz. It's kind of the brain of the EV. This is the brain of the electric motor, and it's just optimized for efficiency. We can support SiC, SiC, or future gallium nitride. So it's about high performance electric motor control, the ability to scale from all the way up to 4 motors for a 4-wheel drive EV, and we have the ability to show visualization of what's going on in the chip. So this is a really exciting device for us. This has been probably one of our most attended demos here. What we announced this week, though, is the production launch of the S32G3. Now, this is a really exciting processor. It actually has 30 processors inside, 21 ARM cores, and it allows us to combine M cores with A53 cores, lockstep support for these, which allows us to do ASIL D safety applications. So the 2 key applications we see for this are the vehicle computer in the new software-defined vehicles. This is actually being used in production vehicles today. We just opened it up so anyone through distribution has access to this technology now through distributors. This is the RDB, or reference design board, schematics, layout, BOM. Everything's included and provided on NXP.com. You can get these boards, and the Gold Box, which is the enclosed version of this, is really popular. So this board actually has 18 CAN FD interfaces, 12 Ethernet interfaces up to 2.5 gigabits. It has 2 M.2 modules here, so we support Halo 8, which is like 27 tops of ML. We can support a terabyte SSD or a Wi-Fi 6. So these are really popular. There's a PCI Express slot here, so it's extensible SD card. This is a very, very popular product, and you see a lot of gold boxes on the floor at partners. They leverage this for a lot of their demonstrations. And tier ones use it in cars to actually drive and do testing of their software with this platform. So this is in production. The big thing here that we're showcasing is the integration of Kubernetes. We have a product called Gold VIP. It's available on NXP.com. It allows you to put this whole stack with dual Linux running. It has Xen, a hypervisor, and support for Kubernetes K3s. And so what we're really showing here is multiple workloads, containers running on this board. This is Grafana. We also have Prometheus for event monitoring, but all of that is running on this board, and you can log in through a web browser and actually monitor all these tasks and manage containers in an automotive software-defined vehicle environment with this product. And this is just the tip. You know, there's a lot of exciting applications that'll be coming to vehicles. This has isolation that allows people to put new applications on it very easily. So software-defined vehicles are a really key turning point in automotive to progress into more like smartphones and data centers and be able to deploy workloads very easily onto the chip.
So it works? The whole idea of software-defined vehicles in the future, you buy an EV, it just keeps getting better.
That's the point I always say, right? The worst your car is ever going to be is when you buy it, and it actually gets better over time. We flip the model on its head. So we do this in all these areas. The motor control, we talk about a software-defined motor. We're showing over here the intelligent battery management. We'll see that in a second, where we're continually updating the machine learning models and improving the rate, getting very, very accurate range, and also extending the life of battery 12 to 15%. So just through software and algorithms and machine learning in the cloud, digital twins in the cloud, we're able to combine vehicle data in the cloud and to deploy. And there's the whole development side of this SDV, and we're supporting virtualization of the processors in the cloud, so you can actually develop your software in the cloud, do all the testing integration, and then deploy it back to the vehicle through over-the-air updates. And even the Gold VIP has the ability to support over-the-air updates of virtual machines, the complete real-time system, or the complete image. You have a lot of flexibility and really advanced over-the-air updates with end-to-end security. This comes with an integrated, basically an integrated secure element. It allows you to do all the public key infrastructure. So it has leading-edge security, leveraging the technology from NXP, because we're in secure, bank cards, passports, and leveraging enterprise networking capabilities. It really brings NXP's expertise all into one chip. So this is being deployed by many OEMs. The initial vehicles actually came out in China with Li Auto. They're already in production with vehicles, and there's a lot of global OEMs that'll be putting vehicles out through this year and next year. So it's the start of the SDV. There's a whole bunch of things going on around it, like zonal architecture and how you address each of the zones, and getting rid of a bunch of boxes and integrating those as virtual ECUs in a box. So we're doing that too. That's what we showed last year with the S32Z and S32E, which are more zonal architecture chips.
When you define on software, it's great, but you also sell hardware. So do you want the cars to be able to swap out the board when there's a new chip in the future?
Well, that's the key thing about this. Glad you asked about that, because we talked about SDV, we talked about the board and reference. The other key message we're talking about here is scalability, because this part extends our S32G family. We have the S32G2, which has been in production since May of 2021. What this does, those are 4 devices. Now we've taken that family forward with the G3. It doesn't supersede it, it actually augments and extends that family. So now we have 4 new devices. So what we're seeing is we actually have the low-end device of the G2, which is a microcontroller only with 3 lockstep M7 cores. And it goes all the way up to this that has the full complement of 8 A53 cores and 8, which are 4 lockstep pairs of M7 cores. So what happens is we have customers that start at the low end, even the microcontroller version, and they're able to, over the life of the vehicle, to swap out or to increase performance. So if they're doing a certain capability, they can make that smarter, more intelligent over time. So year to year, they may decide they keep the same architecture, they keep the same box, but this is pin for pin compatible. So all those G2 devices, G3 devices, you can start to add those up over time, and within a fleet, you may have low end and high end. You could have different versions of the same chip, footprint compatible, but different cost and performance points. or you could extend it in the future to add more capability.
Maybe 3-4 years in the future, I drive in somewhere.
Yeah, they upgrade.
Somebody swaps all my boards.
Yeah.
And then I have the next version of the hardware.
So we're
but
seeing
the software continues.
Exactly, and that's where software-defined vehicle allows you to do that, because today you may have to replace 16 boxes in the car, which is never going to happen. Where you could put one chip or one module and replace that out and double the performance like that. So that's the big advantage, and that's what's new. It's the modularity, because a lot of these, like this capability, would be part of a module inside of a central computer with infotainment and IVI, or IVI and ADAS in like one central box. And this is the main vehicle computer that works with that, and it's modular typically, so you could upgrade those over time.
When people want to optimize the range and the efficiency of the motors and the regeneration and everything, and you involved in helping them make that better all the time?
Exactly. We work with a lot of partners, and we'll show that here with Electra as one of our examples.
Yeah, we interviewed them just before.
Oh, okay.
So batteries.
So you've already done that one.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so that's a great example of how you can leverage the vehicle data, and the game changer here is the edge processing. To be able to do this real time, continually, every time the car's running, they'll monitor everything that's going on in the car. That data is really important. We've partnered with cloud partners like AWS, for example, so we support AWS IoT FleetWise, so we can actually also trigger on certain events. So if there's certain events going on in the car, like a hard braking event or some kind of failure, we can actually capture that intelligently at the edge, bring that to the cloud, and they can process it across a fleet. So that's where all this data is converged at the cloud. They are able to process it, understand how to improve it, and then they update the models. Just like Electra probably told you, they update the models on the vehicle, and now it gets better over time. Whether it's the efficiency of the motor, the drive, or it's the efficiency of the battery, or the charging algorithm may be improved. Especially, you want to improve the algorithm so you're not stressing the battery during charging, so that could be improved. There's a lot of opportunity in electrification to make these things longer, better, and last longer.
In EVs, there's pretty much like supercomputers.
That's what it is.
They have
this
big
is a supercomputer.
Big performance.
Yes.
And there's also a whole bunch of other processors around, right?
Little processors,
yeah. You target different plot.
Yeah, so we optimize the solution. Like this is M7 based. This is Cortex A53. Those are Cortex ARM cores in electrification. So what we do is we target the appropriate ARM cores for the application, right? And I used to always call it the right core for the chore, right? It's like you want the best. If it's very deterministic and all that, if you need high performance, you select the right core. The last thing I'd say here is the Orange Box, which we introduced in last year at Detroit Tech Days. So this actually is really interesting because it's like a connectivity domain controller in a way where all the connectivity in the vehicle, so if you look at this, GNSS for positioning, gyro, digital radio, V2X, even the audio, the radio, we have a secure element built into this, accelerometer, Wi-Fi 6 and 5G. I mean, anything that's wireless, Bluetooth low energy, ultra wideband, all of that converged into one box. So now you can do coexistence. There's a lot of opportunities for doing some innovative things with the wireless technologies. This has an i.MX8 XL processor in there. We'll upgrade that over the time with new processors. And we're showing here some of the things with Bluetooth low energy connection, Wi-Fi. This is a digital radio coming in, and we're actually driving the radio from the centralized connectivity domain controller. So now you don't have to run all of that to the radio here. It's all done digitally through an Ethernet connection. And then we're showing here a Qi wireless power and communication through Bluetooth low energy also, and Wi-Fi with the phone.
So that would go in the car.
Yeah, well, not this box. This is a reference design, just to be clear about that, because when I first saw it, I said, that's a pretty big box, but what this is a modular. This is more of a development platform where this is an actual reference design. So there's a difference between what's intended to go in cars versus what's more of showing what you can do, and this has a lot of modules. So what's really important with this box is that wireless technology keeps changing over time. So for development purposes, this allows the customers to rapidly move and prototype with different types of modules over time. So it's more in a larger form factor to support modularity and such. So that's why it's big. Typically this would be much smaller, but these are modules a lot inside right now today. But this is a great demo because it shows how everything comes from the wireless through this unit, driving the display with information through the Bluetooth, and a central point for the wireless connectivity and the Wi-Fi and everything, right? Cool. It's all right there, which brings a lot of value. I think you saw You saw the battery management AI, and the last thing here, did you see the scooter yet?
Yeah, we saw that one.
So
too,
the key thing on the message from my perspective on the scooter is that all this great technology that we're developing for the automobile, whether it's the radar, the electrification, the control, the communication, the display board, all of that can be resized and repurposed into other types of electric vehicles, right? And so we're working with motorcycle vendors, scooter vendors, even like electric robotic delivery type vehicles. This technology can really span across a lot of applications.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Great to
That's
see
awesome.
you again.
Okay,
All right,
nice
take
to
care.
see you. All right.
So there you go. That's a bit of a tour around the NXP booth, showing you some of the great technology that we actually have to show to our customers here at the show. And thank you very much for watching.
Thanks. Let's try again. Okay, now let me just go back. Sound is missing. Okay, thanks. Let's start from the beginning. Here. Yeah, something happened to the microphone, so sorry about that. All right, so let's start the recording from beginning. Let me check that the recording. All right, welcome here to the Rockchip booth. Check out what I found here, the embedded world. Rockchip has a booth showing all the latest products that they have right here. RK3308. And let's walk this way, this direction. This is the development board that they are showing off here with a bunch of 8K outputs, bunch of outputs on the side. You see 4 HDMI, maybe 1 or 2 of them is input HDMI, some is output HDMI, and a USB 3, whole bunch of 2 Ethernet ports. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 SATA ports. And all this is to try to show the performance of their 3588, which is 4 times faster, does a whole bunch of 8K. It has a whole bunch of 8K, 8 core, 8 nanometer. It's 4 times faster than the RK3399. It's 8 times better in terms of performance per watt power, I guess. Up to 32 gigabytes of RAM, maybe more. And 6 TOPS, AR acceleration. And here at the Embedded World, they're showing a bunch of stuff. They're showing this board. They're showing right here. This is 3568 Intelligent Medical Gateway. Tianma Microelectronics. Maybe this is kind of like a tablet. And there's a bunch more. 3588. Here's the board. And a bunch of stuff that goes in the smart doorbell market. Like this also. Small device. And here we have a 3588S. Look at that chip. It might be in a whole bunch of future laptops, affordable Chromebooks, Linux laptops, hopefully. And 3588 right here, mixed tile. And OKdo. Look at this little box with the USBs on the side, the HDMIs. Orange Pi 3588S. Cool. And here we have another Nuvoton Technology 3588. So a lot of stuff is happening with the 3588. All the ports, 3588S, friendly elec. 3 Ethernet ports, okay. Ubiot. It's really busy, huh? Look at all these connectors and adapters and stuff. And all this is supported. Alright, 3568 stuff. So that's the lower SKU. 3568. So that's a lot of boards. Seems to be with the Chinese partners. Here's Pine 64 with the RK3566. And a cash register board. All right. So busy embedded world. If we even go, let's go this way a little bit. Let's go to the front here. So here on the display, it looks like it's running debug or something off this board, which is a 3568 amp solution, DPDK. All right, cool. But thanks a lot for watching. I found the booth, but so I wanted to show what I could just by looking at what they're featuring here. We have a 3288 board right here. So it looks like 3568 top band. And here's the Firefly down here. Firefly is doing a little 3308. All right, cool. So thanks for watching here at Embedded World at the Rockchip booth. I think we'll be a million views.
Okay, that would be nice. So just let you know.
Yeah, I sent you an email. I sent a message. I think sometimes she's sleeping. Yeah, I have a.
Yeah, Faye.
Yeah, because is the YPF?
Yeah.
YPI.
PYF.
PYF, that's you, yeah? Because I think we emailed before. Yeah. And I will send the email, the video to everybody. Ciao, Max. Hey, how you doing? It's been a while. Yeah. Hey. Cool.
Yeah, look, they're all in here, and we've got loads of pink towels. Nice. Yeah, well, my goodness, we've got loads of Rockchip based boards there with neural processors in. We've got one here, 800 tops, is it? Yeah, of AI performance. Who wants to speak? Sure. Okay, cool.
Hi, I'm Kerry Shee, CEO and co-founder of OStream. I'm here at the OKdo booth, representing some of the AI technologies that they're known for. OKdo is also very well known for the Rock series of products that represent a very high availability in terms of supply chain and very competitive price points and features to the Raspberry Pi series.
What's the latest with the Rock?
The Rock 5B is the latest. Just getting over here. Yeah, it's a quad Cortex A76. It's got a 6-top NPU and loaded with I/O and everything you'd want for.
3588.
That is correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's the latest of the Rockchips.
That's
the
right.
Rockchips, which are just right there. So it's your partners.
That is correct. Yes, and then over here we've got actually one of the first Rockchip AI neural processors being used for media. So this is the PipeRunner RKAI. So this is a 3-tops accelerator with a PoE power, so you can do camera applications.
Nice.
And then this is
what are we looking at here?
Yeah, this is the PipeRunner Envi by OKdo. This is featuring the NVIDIA Orin series. So right here is an 8X cluster featuring up to 800 trillion operations per second, all in one system.
That sounds like a lot.
It is a lot, and it's nice to be able to go from pilot to production with one module up to 8. And it features a whole host of software that makes it easy to deploy your models.
Can we look at some of the more of the Rock there?
Sure.
Are you saying it's partnered?
What's that?
is it all one company, or you have different?
So OKdo is part of the RS Group and RS Components that you may have heard. So it's a sister company that acts as the kind of agile front end to do the single board computers.
So you have colleagues working on the Rock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't we get? Let's see. You want to come in for talk about the Rocks?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So we were looking at this one. This is the latest one.
Yep.
This is
The Rock 5P.
on high demand.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people want to play with that one.
Yes.
Work with it.
So it's 4, 8, and 16 gigs of memory, and it has some fantastic features. So 8K monitor support.
So it's got like an 8K HDMI port.
Yep.
Support. There's more than one HDMI.
So you can have 8K on one, you can have 4K on another. You can also have a dedicated HDMI input as well.
Through the Type C.
Type C,
No,
yeah.
no, that's a micro HDMI.
Yes.
So you
For
can
input.
micro HDMI input.
Input. 4K camera input direct.
4K 30, I guess.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right. At the same time, and you can capture that in Linux. You can capture the 4K source, or in Android or something.
In Linux, I know. Don't know about the Android.
Yeah, three different operating system choices between Yocto and Debian and Ubuntu.
They're very nicely supported.
Yeah, I'd say so. The Rock family is becoming like the up-and-comer against Raspberry Pi. You know, we represent lots of boards, so we love them all. But I think you're going to find that the Rockchip availability and the price point are what makes it stand out so powerfully.
How many have you sold so far? I'm joking, but you don't have to say. But it's a lot. Are you able to supply to everybody who wants one?
Yes, we are, and the demand is high. People come to us for different functions on here around Wi-Fi, Bluetooth modules that you can plug in through an M2. On the back of the board, you've got a full-size SSD slot for M2 as well, and then a eMMC module you can boot off, and those can be 8, 16, 32, 64.
How much does it cost to add the Bluetooth Wi-Fi? It's not on?
You can get them for £6, but you can buy better ones, and so you can use the very latest one for, I think, £10.
Wi-Fi 6 and stuff like that.
Wi-Fi 6, I think, is £13.
Maybe you get Matter also, and all this, whatever you want to play
Matters
with.
is just a software download for the existing RF transmitters that are on there.
Nice. That's cool. And there's a Rock 4A right here.
Rock 5A.
Oh, 5A, sorry.
So this is in production. We're selling this.
This you're selling, and
Yeah.
it looks bigger if you compare the size.
So this is the same form factor as a Raspberry Pi 4. Has the same ports as a Raspberry Pi 4, but this has a 3588 processor on. This is not
3588S.
Yes, S.
The only difference is no capture of the video, right? No 4K
doesn't have a direct 4K input. Functionally, I don't know how you would do it. You'd probably do it through USB to get the source in. It has the same GPU and the slightly different CPU on the board.
And you also ship with different RAMs?
This one will ship with different RAMs, 4, 8, and 16, and it will be available in April.
And the 16 is not too expensive? Do you have prices on all these boards?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, but maybe it's a great price for powerful boards. That's what you do.
So this is very powerful for the price point and the size, the form factor.
Are we talking less than 100?
So the 5B is 159 on the website, US.
159?
Yep.
Yeah, for that one right
for
there.
For the 5B, yeah.
And that's with the maybe 8 gigabytes of RAM or something?
Let me look
maybe.
it up for you.
I think so.
Yeah. And then this one could be lower, right? It's supposed to be more affordable.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So the most standard one people are buying now is the Rock 4, as you can see, available in stock, 69 US, very competitive to the Raspberry Pi and the others.
That's the Rock 4 on the
4C plus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the nice thing is, while other boards are sort of stopping with the classic 3, 4 hierarchy, Rock is already moving on to 5. We got the AI boards, we've got NVIDIA Orin, so it's going to be a nice roadmap.
Nice. Actually, there's a big community for these, right?
Yeah.
How big? Can you say? Is it tens of thousands of people?
I think it's more than that if you talk about the collective knowledge of like operating system hounds, right? So people usually kind of populate around an operating system and certain like tool chains and different like accessories. So there's a lot of overlap between say like a Raspberry Pi, Beagle, Rock, and so a lot of that knowledge is transferred pretty well. And you're going to see operating systems in general have so much support that transferring from maybe a different type of board to a Rock is done with great ease.
How good is GPU acceleration in Linux?
So I think that's a complicated question because it depends what you're doing. If you're talking about like using Mali or something, I think people are more familiar with taking something like NVIDIA Jetson, or you can look at like the Orin class devices that we have.
All right, so that's a work in progress, the whole Panfrost drivers and everything, and the
talking about graphical acceleration, I think the support is quite good. If you're talking about AI, like neural processing and that sort of thing, I think it's a different conversation. And you tend to go to devices that are more purpose-built, like the OKdo PipeRunner RKAI board.
All right. And behind you, there was a bunch of other boards up there, or?
Yeah, so we're distributors for so the DebX, which is an industrial single board computer, again in a Raspberry Pi form factor, has great I/O, has great temperature ranges, and a strong processor and memory capabilities, but in a form factor that people are used to. And then we've got the
Asus?
Yes, depends how you. The Tinker boards. And so different versions, different flavors of those.
Why does Asus put such a big, what's it called, cooler?
Heat sink and fan.
Because they're used to doing Intel stuff. So they get it over to the ARM too? But you don't necessarily need it, right? You can have just run like this. And it's not going to get too hot. These rock chips, right?
Yep.
The Rockchips do not require active.
Yeah. All right. So what more you want to show here at your booth? What is the biggest topic that people want to talk with you about?
I think we should talk about your topic.
Oh, sure, yeah. I think AI is becoming a very talked about conversation. We're at Embedded World, so there's a lot of boards with AI chips, right? But actually what applications you can do with it is very tricky. So what we're showing here is the NVIDIA Orin PipeRunner. And with the software that comes with it, you'll see we're doing pose detection at 250 frames per second. The amazing thing about it is if you're familiar with AI computer vision, you end up wanting to look at OpenCV, GStreamer, DeepStream, a lot of complexity. So we're bundled the software that gives you the best of all that you'd want to try with, let's say, an NVIDIA stack, but you can do it graphically and enjoy it all from a web-based experience.
Cool. All right. And when you're looking at these on the wall there, what is running there?
So this is also showing the development kit for Orin. So this goes from the AGX down to the Orin Nano. So you can emulate any of them. This is actually 275 trillion operations, but you really only buy this if you wanted to experience the maximum performance from like a development tool chain.
Nice. And stuff happening over here also?
Ule.
Yeah.
We don't have much.
Yeah.
Ule. Sorry, would you mind talking a little bit about this to this nice gentleman?
Yeah. All right. Cool, thanks. Sorry for interrupting. So what are you showing here on the wall?
Over here, or here?
Yeah. Right there?
Yeah. So what you want to hear? You
yeah,
want to
so
do it like you ask questions?
So what do we see
or?
here?
Okay.
Yeah.
What we see here is actually three different things. It's to showcase the prizes you could win in our competition. This is a SDR Play software-defined radio. It's a Quitec Ace Pro. It's a power analyzer, and it's a picoscope. So it's an oscilloscope with digital I/Os as well. So if you go up here, the first window here you have up here, that is to show something what the power analyzer can do. So here we are just showing the output of it. That is powering this rock board who's down here, and we are seeing the voltage, and we are seeing the current over time.
The main feature of this is you can capture very precisely, very high definition, the power envelope, or what you say, exactly what's going on in the board. And you can share this and you can compare it and see if there's changes, if you're changing some hardware, changing software, seeing what it affects on your overall power envelope. The next window we have down here, some of it I could just try highlight it. Here, that is a spectrum analyzer app who's running on a software-defined radio. Right here I have it about the ISM band, 886, just seeing what's going around, and what you can see here is some of the free radio signals coming in. It's a super neat little piece of software hardware to see what's going on in the area in the RF space. And the last thing we have is just the overview of the picoscope. I'm not doing anything specific. I'm just taking the square signal out.
Are you like distributing?
We are distributing and we are manufacturing. Right here, this one we are just distributing, but we are also manufacturing the rod boards. We are manufacturing. We have NVIDIA.
No.
Board. No, not in Denmark.
No, so, but where? So that's manufactured in China, right?
Yeah, it's manufactured in China and some in UK as well. And so we have different places.
Do you distribute all over Europe or distribute
global,
worldwide distribution?
Worldwide distribution.
So you're OKdo.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. And here's a bunch of Arduino.
Here is just Arduino because we are not tied to one single SPC. We try to have a broad range of things, whatever people would like and what we can see an idea in having in our offer.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay. You're welcome, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks for doing the tour.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, bye. Danish accent. Are you Danish?
Yeah.
I'm half Danish.
In addition to the hardware configuration.
And where are you based?
Jeg er YouTuber.
Yeah.
Nogle gange i København. Min mor er ikke langt. Thank you so much. Sorry, speak Danish. You speak Danish?
I do not speak Danish.
No?
But you can learn.
I am Dutch, but I'm also Chinese and I don't speak Mandarin. So.
Are you working with them?
Where do you live?
In Copenhagen.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You have office there?
RS har et kontor der, så vi er et søsterselskab til RS Group.
Which is Danish?
Og det er også engelsk. Så vores hovedkontor for OKdo, det ligger i London.
Hi everyone, welcome to Nuvoton booth. So this year our main thing will be new energy and new green life and innovation. So let's get started of our up-to-date demonstration and all the demo items. Start with our top sensing application.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Today I would like to introduce our 3D TOF time-of-flight sensors. This is one of our demo kits for adjusting for monitoring driver status.
So at Nuvoton, you do SoC?
No, we just chip, image sensor.
Chip.
Yeah.
Image chip?
Image chips, yes.
And it's in this box here?
Yes, yes.
And it's connected to a board?
Yeah, yes. So, we are manufacturer of semiconductors, and we provide image sensors.
Nice.
Yeah.
And time of flight is important for many different markets, automotive or?
Yes, I believe so. And this is one of examples, good examples for various applications.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you can sit down to experience this.
Yeah. So what happened? Sorry, I have a bag. Can you sit?
Or I will do it. Yeah, no problem.
Yes. This 3D TOF camera can detect his eye gaze direction.
Oh wow!
And face direction while driving. And not only face direction, but also detect how wide each eye opens, and
Wow.
how wide his mouth.
That's very fast, real time.
Yes, real time.
Accurate.
Yeah, yes.
And it measures distance?
Yes.
Alright.
This camera has image TOF sensors and 4 light sources, IL light sources.
Nice.
Yeah. And also, which can,
Alarm will start when you talk on the phone?
Yes. If he has for the cell phone, like this, the cell phone gauge gets higher.
And then the car will stop and park on the side of the road?
Yes. This TOF camera can be utilized for systems, something to alert the drivers if he is in a danger, not condition. It's not
Nice.
good condition. This is
And what do you
one of
have right here?
Yeah. This is another example for adjusting for AMR, autonomous mobile robot applications, like robot vacuum cleaner or agricultural uses such as autonomous tractors to detect obstacles.
All right.
This camera is adjusted. The range is maximum about 4 meters, but originally this sensor has as long as 6 meter range.
Nice.
And also we have another solution, this one, and this is up to 15 meter detection distance range.
Nice.
It's useful for a wide field.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. So I think that's all for the amazing TOF sensing application. So next one, let's move.
Do you have
to
some new chips you're launching at the show?
Absolutely, yes. This one haven't been launched yet. It's like most like a spoiler for everyone. But visitor here is our M2L31. Yeah, it's our new 4-in-1 microcontroller, and I would like to invite our product manager Jenny to have an introduction. Jenny, would you please?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, I'm Jenny. I'm the product marketing from Nuvoton. Nice to meet you.
So this is a ARM Cortex M23.
Yes, it's an
It's
ARM product.
brand new design.
Yes, it's a brand new. We can say it's a new generation M23 products from Nuvoton, and going to be launched in the Q2 this year.
Nuvoton is always the first to make new ARM chips or not?
I think in the when we talk about the Cortex M0, Nuvoton actually is the first one in Asia to have the new silicons launched in the world. So that is the history that back to 2010.
Where are you based?
We are based in Taiwan.
Taiwan. And you always have a very good partnership with ARM on future designs. You help them come to the market.
Yes.
Like, for example, this one. What is the market for this?
This market is for the, can say, is in industrial control, and of course some PC peripherals.
Is it in there?
Yes.
It's inside.
So this one's it's already built inside here. This black box.
You're showing it elsewhere here in the booth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But,
is it there also? Or is it different? Is it different?
This one is different. This one is for the battery management system.
All right. Okay, cool. So we can continue the booth tour.
Sure. PMIC, this one? Yeah, this one will be our most advanced, one of our most advanced technology is the automotive and industrial battery management ICs and also the battery deterioration diagnosis technology here. So maybe Thomas can help us with the introduction, the PMIC and the deterioration diagnosis technology. Just a quick, 30 seconds tour.
Yeah, 30 seconds tour.
Okay.
So we show 3 different types of products. One is battery monitoring IC, so it's for industrial use where everything is integrated on the chip. So voltage measurement, all security features, current measurement, column counting, so everything on one chip. Then we have it for automotive use. So this is then for stackable chips, so with for high voltage battery monitoring. So here we offer chip set, so for current measurement.
So there's ways to constantly measure the health of a battery, how the range or the cycles are impacting the range and stuff like that. Is it to do with that?
Yeah, state of health. So there's a new technology. So under development. It's called electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. And here you see it in a signal. So from 1 hertz to 5 kilohertz in our case. And then you get here the response, so these graphs. And so you can then easily determine the state of health of a battery. So here this black curve shows then, for example, a good battery, and if there's some deterioration of the electrodes, then it shifts in one direction. Or with
is this brand new, or you're already in cars now?
This is brand new and it's under development.
All right, so for next gen electric vehicles, the next EVs could have this to
next
have a
EVs
better management of the batteries.
Can have this, yes. So nowadays you measure the state of the charge mainly, and state of the health certainly becomes also an important topic for service, insurance, etc.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So as you can see, Nuvoton just provide more than just a new energy, green life, or 4-in-1 microcontrollers. Now we're going to the area of audio ICs. So we have a speakerphone turnkey solution. So maybe Eric, would you please, Eric? Hi,
yeah.
Eric. Hi.
And there we have with the Cortex M4.
Sorry, so Vincent will help with this speakerphone turnkey solution. He'll give a quick introduction of our audio ICs. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hi.
So, hey, hello. This is our audio product, and here is a unified communication speakerphone. It's in there? Yeah, it's in there.
In there?
Yeah. And it means when you're in the meeting and you don't want to have any noise in your environment, so we can filter your noise, the environment of the noise.
So noise cancelling? Noise filtration or something?
Noise echo cancellation,
right.
acoustic or echo cancellation, and noise reduction in our product line. So in here, you can see we are connected via the USB wire and going to our Cortex M4 chip. And this chip including the algorithm. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Benson. So our another wonderful audio solution is the NXP voice prompt solution. It's over here. So our director Eric will give us a very quick tour about this prompt solution.
Hi.
Nice
What are you showing here?
Yes, that's Nuvoton NXP. NXP is called Nuvoton sound processor.
Is it in there?
Yes, sound processor. Let me show you how sound processor work. Yes, connect battery and also speaker. Let me move like.
Die NSP-Serie besteht aus integrierten Schaltkreisen zur Sprachausgabe.
Oh, how does that work?
Yeah, and that's you just prepare any web file, sound file, and Nuvoton provide NXP chip. But that's embedded flash. One more key selling point is Nuvoton use cutting edge design. That's a one bit symbol for the speech, so that can make a sound quality better and also very cost effective. What kind of product can apply this technology? That's for a consumer product, maybe home appliance or anywhere. You would like to make your product more value. Nuvoton speech processor.
Nice. And it's affordable?
Yeah.
Affordable solution?
Yes.
And 1 bit is enough?
Yes.
To have good sound?
Yeah, very good sound. The sound is like a crystal sound and very clear. So major application like a voice assistance. In home appliance, sometimes the menu already follow with unpacking. Menu is gone. But right now you can push a button for help. Teach you how to use the...
Maybe you can ask your toothbrush to speak and it will, or some, I don't know.
But it doesn't have a voice recognition, but similar function.
All right.
Yeah, that's a voice prompt, the voice assistant, making life easier.
Cool.
Yes.
Thanks
cool.
a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thank you, Eric. So I think we should end this booth tour with our major launch at the end of 2022. So this is our MA35G1 is our Cortex A35 microprocessor. So I would like to invite David for we have 3 demo items here based on the MA35G1 MPU microprocessor. It's a heterogeneous multi-core MPU. So David, would you please share about...
Hi everybody. This is our new product. We provide the dual core for the A35 and the level 1 core for the M4. As you know, for the A35, it can produce the high, like the image information, and then you can handle all of the image. And then for the M4, you can do the real-time processor to handle some like the UR function or iSquash function. And then not only for the machine learning, for this product, we also can do the HMI function, as you can see. This product supports the Full HD function. It can support this resolution, and then also support the full rich OS, including RTOS needs. For the GUI library, we provide the ENV, LBGL, and the Qt. So you can quickly implement the GUI function like this one.
So it's a very entry-level Linux platform, right?
Yeah.
Low power?
This is a more powerful platform. If you need entry, we also support the online series. So this is for the entry series for customers to study.
A35, also with the M7.
For
M4.
A35 is more powerful. So we can do a lot of things for this platform.
All right.
Okay. Last demo, we just want to show what kind of our function can implement. As you can see, for this one, we show there are 6 kinds of demo for this chip, and then we can do play the H264 image.
Yeah, so you were saying?
Yeah, This one we demo we can play the H.264 image. As you can see, it's very high performance. And then we also can do a lot of things like we can do the machine learning, or we have to include the 2D graphics engine inside. And then this chip also include the trust zone, so you can protect your data and then use our solution. It's a very trust. You can get you can do any security application.
Nice.
Okay.
And as PSA certified.
For this one, we currently we do the PSA certified. In the future, we will provide all of the solution for our customers.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
All right.
Last but not least, with the help of the new developer ecosystem, Nuvoton has built with the help of the system. So we have helped many great partners. So one of our partners has joined us on Nuvoton booth. It's called Oxon. So we would like to go take a quick tour of Oxon over here. So I would like to introduce the president of Oxon, Alex, to give us a quick tour of the demonstration.
Hello everyone, this is Alex from Oxon. What we show here is that we built up this module. We call the auto band module. We use a Nuvoton NUC 980. So
this is a small module?
This is a small module that can be embedded to this embedded system. So then here, you can see the RJ45 connector here. So what you can do is that when the system is crashing, and this module can try to recover that system remotely. So you know that from the OT environment, so the thing that the system integrator is afraid is that the system downtime. So when the system downtime happens, traditionally they have to send people to on-site and do the on-site support. But now you don't need to send people. You can save your cost, which is about $500. So you can try to just recover that system remotely from Oxon Portal.
What is the chip on here?
It's a Nuvoton NUC 980.
It supports Ethernet?
It supports Ethernet. It can also support Wi-Fi and also telecom network, for example, like 4G or 5G.
All right.
Yes.
Are those
yes
also your products?
Yes. All the embedded system you see here that's already be integrated with an Oxon auto band solution here. For example, like this is AD-Link auto band here module here. So this is the external tag. So this auto band module here. That's all come with.
And you make the module that they use?
We don't make a module actually. We deliver the firmware. So our hardware vendor they could take a Nuvoton microprocessor to make their own module. So we provide this cloud service. We provide the firmware to our partner.
Nice. And here we see a little.
Yes, this is a Nuvoton evaluation kit. They call Chile. So our customer, they have the interest to build that module. They can take this evaluation board.
And a big board behind here?
The big board here behind here is this one from our vendor. They build the module here. There's also Nuvoton. Our cloud will communicate with that Nuvoton microprocessor through our firmware, which has our edge insights.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's all for our amazing booth tour this year in 2023. So enjoy the show. Although it's like a 1 hour left for this year, we would like to see you the next year in 2024 in April. So Nuvoton will keep showing you the green life and green innovation in the future. I'll see you next year. Goodbye. Yeah.
Hi, welcome. You're welcome to Geniatech booth. Right now here, I'm introducing you some new stuff from Geniatech. So first, I want to introduce the product line that's Raspberry Pi-like developer board. We have Raspberry Pi form factor boards with NXP, Rockchip, AM Logic chipset on board.
Nice. So they're right here?
They are right here.
With the 3568, 3566, 905X3,
yeah,
and NXP IMX8M Mini.
Yes. So that give you a lot of benefits, give the end user, customer, developer a lot of benefits. They can choose which SoC that they like.
And it's in the form factor that's compatible with the whole Raspberry Pi market?
Yes, standard Raspberry Pi. We have the different SoC that can compatible or compete with Pi 1, Pi 2, and Pi 3, and Pi 4.
So the idea is to bring more choice, more performance, more...
Yeah, more some customer they need best performance, someone they need lowest cost, someone they want longevity, someone they need wide temperature range, industrial grade. So we have all on one.
Can you introduce one by one? So what are we looking at here?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is based on Rockchip.
And has all the ports?
Yeah, all the ports. That is not the important thing. The most important thing that is it supports both Linux and Android. And we have a Linux BSP that is quite similar to Raspberry Pi OS. So the developer who already developed the Raspberry Pi application based on Linux, they can move their application to this platform very quickly.
And so this is this one? Or these two?
Yeah, actually all of them have this feature.
And what's the Linux support?
Linux, we can support Yocto, Ubuntu, and Debian.
And smooth, good GPU acceleration is possible?
Yeah, GPU acceleration is there.
And that's based on open source drivers or blobs that are somehow supported and provided that just work?
Yeah.
And all these GPUs that are there. And this one, what's the little board we see there?
This one is a very low cost Rockchip 3122 based Raspberry Pi alternative board. The benefit is it's only have quad-core A7, but the cost is beautiful. So it's easy to be used for the cost-sensitive applications. It also supports Linux and Android.
How beautiful pricing are we talking about? Like very affordable for great performance?
They can think about Pi 1's cost can be the same level of compared to our boards.
And the
Pi 1.
The Pi 1 is what's the chipset there that they use?
They use Broadcom chipset.
All right. So you provide the alternative for people who want to do more.
Yeah. Also, there is some shortage issues in the past 3 years for Broadcom chipset. Sorry to that. That pain goes to the market, to the industry for years.
So by having more choice, then there's more chance you find something on the market because some is more available than others. Some chipset is better, less challenging.
Yeah, some has more performance, higher performance. Some has a lower cost. Also, there is one of the key product that we are doing based on Rockchip. There is a TPU inside.
So that's
the 3568 from Rockchip.
3568 and then it has it's kind of like AI.
Yeah, AI capability inside, around two tops.
Two tops. Any chance you can do a small like this with the 3588? Or you do other stuff with the 3588?
Good question, actually. It's not fair that we put such kind of small stuff, put a very strong chipset SoC from Rockchip like the 3588, because it has a lot of interface that we cannot lead out all the useful interface on such a kind of a small board. So it's not a good idea for doing this. For sure, we could do that by demand, but it's not our plan to make such kind of board. We already have a 3588 board, development board, with more interface. We lead out all the interface, HDMI in, HDMI out, LVDS, MIPI.
And that's the bigger board that has everything.
Yeah, and we have a SOM, a system on module, 3588 module, then customer or Geniatech can do carry board to lead out the necessary ports.
And sometimes, even if it's a very powerful CPU, some people want to do just one thing, and somehow they don't need so many connectors. But then they work with you to make a smaller board with what they need.
We have some already. So if they don't need all the ports, or they just need this certain port, they can use our SOM and do a very simple daughter board, carrier board, then they can get what they want.
And which one is the NXP? It's one of these, right? Yeah, it could be this. Maybe.
Yeah. Let me take a look. Sorry, I missed it up. Yeah.
One of those two.
Yeah.
Right.
They all look similar.
Yeah. All right, but by doing things again and again, you get experience to just make things work better and smoother. You have a lot of experience, right?
That's for more than 10 years for doing ARM-based boards for industrial use.
When I look here at the S905X3, you've been working with the ARM logic for so long, and you know how to make, like, for set-top box, but then it's useful for many different markets also.
Frank to say, M-Logic is trying to target also for the market, for vertical market, by using their chipset. But compared to NXP, compared to Rockchip, they still have some ways, some work to do.
And you help them with that, basically.
I'm helping.
Yeah. And so on this kind of device, usually it's like Android TV or something like that, but it can run Linux.
Yeah, there is a Linux. But most popular OS still on M-Logic is Android.
Because it's very smooth.
Yeah, it's very smooth, and M-Logic already baked a very good Android AOSP, BSP on top of their chipsets already. So I recommend that a customer who want to use M-Logic choose Android rather than Linux.
But even with Android, you can do a lot of embedded stuff. Android for embedded is also a big potential.
I cannot say that. Right now Android OS is bigger and bigger. So for the embedded applications, that is not a good sign.
All right. And what are we looking at here? What is this row down here?
Okay, that is SOMs, system on modules, made by developed and manufactured by Geniatech. This is a Q7.
And when I look, it says 3568.
Industrial level.
All right.
And we also have a Smart. So Geniatech's role is bring Martis SoC to different form factor, follow the industrial standard, and make the product ready for customers or developers to choose. Not only from one SoC, multi SoC.
And when you work with a different SoC, you don't have to start over your expertise from the previous SoC, because it's ARM, it's one ecosystem. Some things they work,
still there are a lot of difference. Even they are all based on ARM Cortex and something A55, A72, but still there is a lot of difference.
Some people are talking about system ready and stuff like that, where did you want one USB stick or whatever, and it just boots on all the different ARM processors.
Okay. Actually, that is for the students. That is a fan. But for the real industrial users, they already choose what OS they want. They don't need the multi-boot from different for different OS from a USB stick.
And this one there, that's a
Rockchip based a new standard SOM called OSM, Open Standard Module. That is a large one. The OSM-L is based on a Rockchip chipset.
And this one?
This one is a new. It's an engineer sample. It's not looks so beautiful, but this OSM based on Renesas chipset.
So it's right here, huh?
Yes.
Maybe. So you have partnership going on with Renesas to bring
their chipset to SOM and to a developer board.
With the Cortex A55 and M33. A lot of interesting combination there for the embedded world.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see you in Europe at the Embedded World. It's been a good show for you?
Finally. 3 years.
Yeah, it's been a strange 3 years, no?
Unbelievable 3 years. But I'm happy that today I'm here in the embedded world, and as I already saw a lot of good friends, partners, customers, and they gave us a lot of good feedbacks. We're excited.
Is your company full speed like normal, like before COVID? Everything is like normal now?
More than that, because we lost a lot of things during the past 3 years. We must work even harder than before to gain back a lot of things.
So it's full speed. If people visit you in your office, it's just going to be very, very, very busy. And
overloaded.
And I guess constant meetings, the whole show, people coming and saying they want to do that, they want to do this, and with you they can do it.
A lot of things they can do, but we cannot do everything, but we are open to discuss their demands.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And here we're here at Nordic. Hi.
Hi.
So, is this a new launch?
This is a new launch. It's been out for a couple of months now. What we're seeing here is our newest Wi-Fi companion IC. It's the NF7002. You can see here is the NF7002. It is next to our NF5340 multi-protocol system on chip. The NF7002, what it basically is it's a Wi-Fi 6 companion IC, so it doesn't have its own caller. What it's mostly used for is you can put it next to one of our multi-protocol SoCs, so you can add Wi-Fi capabilities to any of your existing products, for example. Because in a lot of use cases, we see a Wi-Fi chip next to a Bluetooth chip, and now we have our own.
Nice.
What we are specifically showcasing here, because as you might know, what Nordic is mostly focused on is anything that's low power wireless. And for the most part, Wi-Fi really wasn't low power. And with Wi-Fi 6, we actually have some really nice features that enable low power. What we're seeing at the moment, we have a power profiler kit 2 connected to our development kit, and we're measuring the current that we're using for the Wi-Fi communication. At the moment, we are at an average 32 milliamps, and this is what you have if you have normal power saving mode. The problem with that is the sleep periods in between sending data are determined by the router, and you can't influence them yourself on the end device. But what Wi-Fi 6 allows you, and this is just one of the power saving features, but in my opinion, it's the most important one. It has the feature that's called target wake time. So you can, basically when your device connects to an access point, you can negotiate a wake-up schedule. So if I click, I think it's this button, you should see the power drastically dropping. It's not gone. If you look here, it's not gone. It's just very, very little. And our average power consumption, we're just going to wait for the next spike when it reconnects. So what target wake time actually does is it negotiates a wake-up schedule and then just tells the access point, we are just going to be connected once a minute, for example. And here you have to connect several times in a second. And then you have to just wake up when you actually want to send data. And if you
So this way you save a lot of power.
Let's just tell you what we actually save. So if we look at this section, our average current consumption is down to 18 microamps.
Nice.
And you would only need to wake up
and
when
before
you actually want
was
to send data. Before, and this is like during the legacy power saving mode, you're at 7 milliamps about. You can get lower if you have different DTIM values. But usually, if you're constantly connected, you'll be about 30 milliamps or something. With DTIM, like with the legacy power saving mode, you can go down to a couple hundred microamps. And with TWT, you can basically select as long as a sleep interval as you want. So you can have your sleep interval be a day if that's what you want. And then you would have your about 17 microamps all of the time, except when you actually want to send your data.
nice. It could last for years and years on a battery.
Well, probably not years and years, but a lot longer than any Wi-Fi device without it would.
In the world. It's the lowest power Wi-Fi solution ever. Potentially. It depends how you use it.
It depends on how you use it. So like this is nothing that we did on our own. So you will find different chips that basically do something similar. But you will not find anything that's you will not find anything that's a lot better than what we do. So
nice.
It's when somebody tells you it's the lowest in the world, there's a very high chance they're just going to lie. So which is why I'm not doing it to you.
Okay.
So you will be able to reach this in with other devices too.
And when I look here, I see a module with FanStel, and it's putting the chip on the module.
Yeah, so these are different models, right? So this is a FanStel model with this chip integrated and an integrated antenna. And in this module, we're basically doing what we just saw in the development kit. So it has the NF7002 next to an NF5340 multi-protocol SoC. So this module has Wi-Fi, it has Zigbee, it has Thread, it has NFC. Well, it doesn't have NFC unless you connect an antenna to it.
And it's the size of a little USB stick.
Yes. And it is actually possible to even make them smaller if you want to.
Nice. So the cost of the device and the cost of the power, very interesting for the industry, the embedded world. So that was an exciting launch recently. And a lot of people talking about this at the show?
Yeah, we actually get a lot of interest on this, especially like we actually have some of our competitors come over here and check it out. I shouldn't say names, but
yeah.
So we had a couple of the application engineers actually checking this out because customers had been complaining to them. So we're probably going to see very similar demos at other suppliers soon.
And you had other demos here in the booth also?
Yeah.
Some of them also using this, or it's different demos?
We have some of them using this. As you have come while everything's closing down, not everything's working anymore. But we have actually 2 different applications where we have the same thing. One of that is asset tracking. So what you can do with the Wi-Fi chip is you can do something that's SSID-based Wi-Fi locationing. So we have chips that I'm just gonna show it in here. Whoop. So this is our NRF9160. It's a low-power cellular IoT system and package. It does NB-IoT, it does LTE-M, and you can also get GPS GNSS. So it's really good for asset tracking, to figuring out where you actually are. One major downside, or like one of the problems that you actually have with GPS is it has some areas where it struggles. For example, right here where we're standing, we wouldn't get a good GPS signal because there's a roof on top of us. Or if you're in the middle of the city, you're usually not getting any good, not good at any good GPS signals. So what you can do then is SSID-based Wi-Fi locationing. So what you're basically doing is you look at all the Wi-Fi networks that are close by and collect that data, send it up to the cloud, and the cloud will give you a very accurate estimation of where you actually are.
Nice.
And this is the part why it's interesting. At all the places that I just mentioned where GPS tends to struggle is exactly the places where you usually have lots of Wi-Fi networks. So this fills a really good gap. It takes less power than GPS, and it's more accurate than single-cell or multi-cell based locationing.
And is it standard 3GPP or no? How does it get implemented by everybody everywhere?
So you basically just need a Wi-Fi chip and something to send data to the cloud. So in this case, we're using our, this is 5G, so this is LTE-M and NB-IoT, normal 5G standard, but the low power version of it. And we're just adding Wi-Fi capabilities to it just for the Wi-Fi sniffing. We're actually working on IC that does nothing else than just Wi-Fi sniffing specifically for this use case. And this is where we're actually going to be the first in the world and actually the best solution when it comes to SSID-based Wi-Fi locationing. And because this I say because we are actually the only ones who have the complete solution from the hardware, so the NB-IoT, the LTE-M, so you can have cell-based measurement. Then we have the Wi-Fi IC that just is there specifically for this use case, and we have the cloud service. So you have everything in the whole chain just from one supplier.
Nice. That's useful to have one supplier sometimes. Then you get the full support on everything.
Yes.
You don't need to search around or mess around or...
Yeah, no, this is exactly the case, because a lot of the time when you mix chips and services from different suppliers, you'll end up in the situation where something doesn't work. What you're going to have to do is you talk to anyone, and they're always going to point the finger at the other person, like, okay, this is the Wi-Fi module maker's problem, or this is because the GPS doesn't work properly, or this is the cloud service provider. And in this case, if something doesn't work, we are the ones who will be able to help you.
And you guarantee it works?
Yeah, it works. You can see it. It's working right now.
Yeah. And so how long are we from a time when all this it works? When
it works right now.
I can do my Google Drive, Google Maps indoors, and it just expands the capability of...
It's not in itself a new technology. We are just reducing it down so it works on really low power. Right? Most of the things in a phone aren't built to be super low power. Right? Your phone, as you might know, the battery is going to hold 2 days. If you build a device like this, your battery can actually hold up for a year or longer.
Nice. So you're making the SSID Wi-Fi indoor positioning much more affordable, cheaper, and...
Yes, but like this is a very specific distinction. It's not indoor positioning. It's actually similar to GPS, right? So it's not high accuracy indoor positioning, which is also a Wi-Fi use case, but that's not what we're doing. The use case, SSID-based Wi-Fi locationing, is very similar to what you can achieve with GPS in areas where you have and lots of Wi-Fi networks. So,
Nice.
for example, in the middle of the city.
Awesome. Sorry I come so late and lots of stuff is off from the booth,
Yeah.
but there's been lots of different topics that were interesting at the booth, right?
Yeah. One more that I might be able to mention is...
Maybe still there?
Yeah, Meta is still here for some. So, one of the demos that we still have here, where we also use the same chip,
What's the matter?
is Meta. So,
Yeah.
Meta is a new smart home standard that you might know. Well, you probably know it if you have anything to do with smart home. So, Meta, very roughly, is an application layer, a shared application layer that runs on top of Wi-Fi and Thread, and it's using Bluetooth LE for commissioning. The really nice thing about it is you will actually be able to control end devices from the same ecosystem or from different ecosystems. So I can control one device from 2 different ecosystems if I want to.
So
And
it's
this is
interoperability with the control system.
Yes.
And you can just use your Android phone and it just works with
Yes, you
a
can
bunch
use
of
your
stuff.
Android phone, your iPad, your iPhone, your Amazon is a bit slow, but you will be able to use Amazon there too, and Samsung too. And this works with lots of different
And is this
devices.
the chips that are part of the Matter solution?
Yes. So we have 2 chips here, the NRF 52840 and the NRF 5340. Those are multi-protocol SoCs again, so they'll be able to do, in this case, the relevant ones are Thread and Bluetooth, and adding to them, if you want to, if you need it, you can add the NRF 7002 to add Wi-Fi capabilities to it. This is interesting because Thread can use because Meta can use either Thread or Wi-Fi as a transport. And in this case, again, we have the complete solution. And everything's already integrated in NF Connect SDK, and we have customers already with certified products on the market, which we're also showing off here.
So Matter is new, but it's already potentially soon millions of
It's
compatible
new,
devices.
but there are already devices on the market that are firmware upgradable to work with Meta now.
Wow. All right, just firmware. And then, so that was a hot point here. People want to talk with you about how they can get the Matter implemented in all kinds of ways.
Yes.
All right, cool. So thanks a lot. And there's, here, I see some indoor location. You were showing that last time with an array of antennas and stuff like that.
This demo is actually the same one you've probably seen the last time. What we're basically doing is, this is indoor locationing system, or high accuracy indoor locationing system based on Bluetooth, where we have different phase shift based methods to actually figure out where a device is in relation to one another.
Nice. That's awesome. All right, cool. All right, okay.
Oh,
So,
this reminds me. If this one's interesting, we actually have a YouTube video dedicated to this exact topic. That is called...
on your channel?
On our channel. That is called, I think it's called High Actually... No, what is it called? My colleague knows it.
Yeah, I will link to it.
Yeah, perfect.
I'll find it and link to it.
Measuring distance with the 2.4 gigahertz radio only.
Cool, all right.
Perfect.
Cool, that's awesome.
I think we've gone through the most of
We got through everything that's still not packed away.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. right, so this is it for the Embedded World 2023. We did every exhibitor. We filmed all the coolest ones that we could reach on time. Sorry, it's not like a 3-week long conference, because that would have been a way to cover everybody. Thanks a lot for everybody for watching live and the comments. Thanks for people who watch on demand when all the videos are going to be published in the next few days, as soon as I find real bandwidth. So I need to get on the real internet and I can upload, I think I have around 500 gigabytes of videos. They're all going to be uploaded in 4K. So every interview that was live streamed is going to be published in 4K in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days, something like that. So thanks a lot for watching. And next live stream will be as soon as possible when there's an event that has a potential to be live streamed. I'll be happy to carry around my YOLObox Pro with all the HDMI inputs. And thanks a lot for Micro E Hall 3. I'll check if, but there's a chance that, you know, these guys are packed, you know, like it might be too late. Tried to film everything. Sorry, I didn't get to everything. But thanks a lot for watching, and I'll end the live stream right now. Thanks.